Welcome to this introduction to Stationeers in November 2025. You may have heard that Stationeers is hard to get into, if not impossible, has a clunky interface and a very tedious gameplay, but that's a matter of perspective. I mean, there's addicts like me who have over 2,000 real gameplay hours. I mean, Steam is saying 2,300. Why is that? It's a matter of outside and inside perspective, I believe, and how much you can allow yourself to fall into the moment, whether you're laying down a cable, or opening a door, or dealing with some atmospheric struggle, or oh crap, why is my station at 40 degrees Celsius? My plants are dying, what do I do now? This kind of stuff. Stationeers is a game kind of like Minecraft, where you place blocks, but you place also higher resolution stuff, like cables, and it's not like once you have built your little box you can survive, but instead it's very high resolution. I mean, it goes so far even that that water can evaporate to gas, or that the process actually of evaporating, of if a liquid become a gaseous, decreases the temperature, just like in reality. That is how detailed it is. So this video is an attempt at introducing you to the game. This will be a long one. I also have, that's what she said, I also have a turbo one, which is 35 minutes. It's over a year old, but it's still like 99% correct. I think 99 is actually accurate. That is linked in the description if you really want to get into it fast. Otherwise, lean back, enjoy the show. So when we say new game, we can choose a world. The hardest ones are down here. Vulcan, super hot, orbiting a black hole. Venus, super hot, super high pressure, in my opinion even harder than Vulcan. Europa, super cold, my favorite world, many people's favorites. One of the reasons that is that heating is not so hard, cooling is, and this very cold world, so yeah. Then we have Mimas, which is a moon-like world, but you will have struggled getting enough electric power. Then we have the Moon, which was sorted at the top for the longest time as the easiest world, but there are some reasons for why Mars is actually easier. Also now we have solar storms on the Moon. I mean, every world has has storms except for Mimas. Vulcan has an atmosphere, Venus has an atmosphere, Europa has an atmosphere. So those storms blow stuff around with wind. On Mimas you have nothing. On the Moon you have solar storms, which will just blast your solar panels and you too, because the solar radiation will heat up your spacesuit with an incredible amount of heat. It will not blow things about. And on Mars we do have storms, which is why it's a bit iffy to call it the easiest world. Yeah, but it kinda is. So you see these individual buttons here which choose your starting location. You also see the location round robin. What does that mean? It's a term that refers to the following concept. If you would be playing in multiplayer and you would be starting in a new location each time, the concept round robin would mean that you start here and here and here and here and here, and then you start maybe here again or somewhere else, but anyway it will make sure that you see every location once in a random order. But let's pick just the first one and see where we end up. On the right here you can see some parameters of the world that you're in, but ultimately you should play Stationeers at first basically with a goal to fail, because you will. Don't strive to succeed, because you won't, you will fail. But it's fine, because the gameplay is incredibly ridiculous fun. Because it's a deeper simulation than you have ever seen. Now you can choose the difficulty. I normally play on Stationeer, which is the hardest. These difficulties, by the way, are relatively easily moddable with XML files, but let's not go into that now. So that you could say, for example, I want the hardest difficulty, but for example, I want less food and liquid consumption and so forth. Normal, I have basically never played on this one, and easy, which I will choose for this demonstration so I have enough time talking to you. And then we have creative, which turns off quite a few simulation aspects, like you can die from suffocation. That doesn't happen here. But we want the real astronaut experience, except the easy one. Also, easy. If you die here, you will restart again, and you will be respawning with your full spacesuit with equipment, just like you were at the start. On normal, you will respawn with a spacesuit that will have a limited lifespan, but you will have enough time to get into your station. Stationeer starts you in your underpants, so you might want to place a spawn element, which is easy to print. Just print it, place it, press the right mouse button on it, and that's where you respawn, inside your station, hopefully. So let's start with this, easy. Next, now it wants to know What starting gear we start with? Actually, there are two new ones I haven't seen yet. I'm always playing on beta. This is why my autosave is off. By default, the game has autosave, so every 3 or 5 minutes the game will save for you, and it has a rotation, so you will be able to get back to the next 4 or 5 save games. You can also, hey, let's take a look at this for a moment. Setting. You can, where is it? Here you can set the autosave interval. And you can set the max amount of autosaves. And by the way, if you reduce it from 20 down to 5, it will not automatically delete anything, so that's a save setting, not just for saves. And then amount of quick saves also, because if you press F5, that saves your game just as a new quick save. And there's also manual saves, when you can say save as, and then you can enter a name. So there are 3 types of saves, and all of them are combined in one world save, so to speak. Yeah, that's. I mean, you really can play it safe. I have turned this off because I'm often version hopping. New world, Mars. Easy difficulty. Standard starting gear. And I can enter a name here. Stationeers introduction, November 2025. We will now start in our landing capsule, which will drop us onto the world, in this case Mars. And then we will find a lander next to it, which has lots of gear. And you can, for example, destroy that lander. Hard scale. I think I should scale it up so you can see this better. Come on. So now we're on Mars. Just press arrow keys to start. But, well, you can destroy the lander, which will then drop all the materials that you can find in it to the ground. And we have to get them to the ground so we can able to deal with them. But you can also disconnect them by other means. You can see here, if I click at the bottom, at the front, it will open that. If I point to the side, you can see a wrench can be used to unfasten. So we have some tools on us, for example a wrench, and then if you click here, it will just fall to the ground. And up here there's something more. There's a fuel tank at the top. Not that you really need it, but okay, it's there. But it depends on how you want to play this game. Because how you play it is your choice. You have to follow the rules, but what are the rules then? Well, the rules are, for example, press left alt to have a mouse pointer. That's what the first tutorial also tells you at the first step. And then it will open this, a control panel. Or is it an inventory? Because this one here has a control panel and some items. This is my spacesuit. You can see here that my oxygen is ticking down. But we can take a first measure to demonstrate what you can do in this game. If I drag this into here, you can see this little highlight here, the green box.
Tank critical.
My astronaut suit warns me because I no longer have oxygen that supplies the volume in which my body stands, and that's indeed how it is actually simulated. And if I drag this back here, which I could have done quicker, then you see it's now no longer 5 dot something megapascals, but 7. Now megapascals, that might make you think, oh my god, I have to learn all those units. No, you don't. I mean, just say that which looks kind of like this, that's for pressure. And how high is my pressure? That's that number. Over time you develop some feelings for that. I mean, which is high, which is low, which is critical. And that's what you go by. It's not, you know, you don't have to go science on this whole thing. Okay, this is the capsule we land with. And it has some items that we could use. We don't actually need to. Here's my backpack. Let's drag the duct tape over there. And instead of dragging, I can also just press the right mouse button, which I will now resort to make things quicker. And if I click these, then I can hold them in my hands. So I have actually 2 hands. So the hands are inventory slots. Some of you might be put off by this interface, but I personally like it a lot. It is reminiscent of the game, of the web browser-based 2D top-down game, multi-user dungeon, Space Station 13. And that's actually, it's supposed to be a multiplayer version of that. And it does have multiplayer. and that has also this kind of interface. But anyway, personally, I like simulation games, and in a shooter I just run around and then I'm glad that there's a button here that I can click and something that I can do, but otherwise it's just hiding and shooting and so forth and so forth. I like more simulation aspects, and then I found this game and I saw, wait, you have a spacesuit and you have oxygen and there's a canister and there's actual gas in it? Yeah, because there is. You see two canisters here, and they are changing gases. This one is taking down my oxygen. This is a pure oxygen tank. You can also look that up. I mean, there's some tool here to look into that tank. And this one is where my CO2 that I breathe out is pumped into. I can also turn off my filters. So currently there, you can see here 97 kilopascals is my in-suit pressure. And this will now slowly increase because the filter unit, which uses these filters, is now no longer pumping the waste gas, my CO2, out of the suit. And so every little bit of oxygen that is being piped into the suit will ultimately increase the pressure until we have reached the target pressure of 101, and then the suit will no longer be able to pump any oxygen into your suit. And that is when you begin to suffocate. But don't worry, you just have to, learn the ropes. Basically, if you hear the warnings, you're not dead, you're just being warned. Just take some measures. For example, here, we can flush the suit. Let's do that. You've seen here that the pressure was removed, basically, entirely. And then now everything is being piped back from this canister, which wasted some oxygen. But if you are in a situation where you're suffocating and you don't know why, because everything seems to be right, that's a measure you can take. Why can this happen? Well, for example, maybe you did something wrong. Maybe the air mixture that you have in your canister here is not pure oxygen. Maybe it's a mixture of oxygen and nitrogen, which is fine. It's fine, because that's what we have on Earth. 79% nitrogen, 20% oxygen, 0.05% CO2, I believe, and the rest are trace gases. So this game, by the way, doesn't model oxygen toxicity, like too high oxygen concentration. It does, and it also does not model CO2 toxicity, like too much CO2, because too much CO2 is toxic. In this game it is not, and I find that disappointing, and I hope they change that. But anyway, don't worry about that for now. Okay, so if you have a mixture in there for which you do not have a filter, then over time you will have the following gas in your spacesuit. Oxygen, that's fine, you're breathing that. CO2, that's fine, you usually have filters for that. And nitrogen then, for example, which is also fine, except if it's not pumped away. Because then over time, the CO2 will be pumped away, the oxygen will be converted by you, but the nitrogen will just build up. And this means that eventually the pressure here will be too high, and then you're in that same situation again. No more oxygen will be pumped into the suit, and then you will suffocate.
Oxygen low.
Yeah, and now we have that actual problem here, that the CO2... okay, now you might be panicking. What's happening? What's happening? What do I have to do? Look at these buttons.
Oxygen critical.
Filters are on, so okay, that's fine. The air is off and the air conditioning is off. Oh, why are those off? I did not turn them off. See, in Stationeers, actually every button that does something will tell you what it does when you click it. This one increases the pressure. This one turns the filters on. See, now it's pumping the CO2 out of the suit and the suffocation event is over. Now everything is turned on. The button tells you what will happen. So it's a will-based game. What is your will? I want to turn my filters off. Where's the button? Filter off. Click. That's how you have to think about this. Thy will be done. But you have to know your way around. Okay, let's ignore that stuff and deal with some completely different things. This thing is no longer relevant, except you can see it even in the dark from afar. And what did I just do? I just pressed L, or you can also click here. And why did I do that? Well, look here. We have a battery here. That's actually a large battery. There are multiple battery types. There's small ones, which we have here somewhere. Large ones. There's also nuclear ones, which you can only make much later in the game. And there's also wireless ones, which need a transmitter nearby, so they will keep charged, else they will discharge relatively quickly. Which you can put in your tools later when you're working at your station a lot, for example, you know. And if I turn the light on with L, then this one will tick down relatively fast. The light takes a ridiculous amount of power. Many people are complaining about this. I am not, basically, because from a game balancing perspective, like getting you to install some lights into your station and so forth, it's a good move. what the game really has, a really negative thing about the game is, look here, so dark. It's not black, but it's very, very dark. Even though we do have light around. Oh, the sun is setting. The day-night cycle is 20 minutes, and I will now show you a trick to change it. If you press F3, you see the console. You can type orbit, which will then output the orbital data. And one of the values in the middle is timescale, and I can enter orbit timescale and 0.0 whatever it would be appropriate here, and this way you can multiply things. For example, if I would do this now, this would accelerate the day-night cycle ridiculously. That's not what we want. On the moon, the standard day-night cycle is 0.03, so if you enter 0.03, then you have a 200 minutes day-night cycle, which is what I usually do. But you shouldn't do that as a beginner, because it also has downsides. You have to do that every time you load your save game, because the game doesn't save it, because it's kind of a hack. And also, your plants will stay on that 20-minute day-night cycle, and that's important to know, because the plants, they don't only need light, they also need darkness. Okay, so let's look at the things that we have. I would say by dismantling them. One thing you have to really consider is the tooltips. They are really important. They tell you stuff. They are dynamic. Here, for example, you see the actual current content of this thing. You see that whatever liquid is in there, it is currently 90 liters. It has 790 liters capacity, temperature, and so forth. We're getting into all those sciencey things later. Anyway, I have two hands, like I said. And I like the simulation aspect of making it so real. And how do you switch your hands? You can see that down here on screen. Press E. So your left hand will be busy handling the Alt key and the E key a lot. So here is our belt, which is currently holding a tool belt. You can see that from the tooltip. It could also be a mining belt, for example. And also, ultimately, what's written here is a matter of decision, because you can rename basically every object. I could also call this my awesome belt, and then that's what the tooltip would say. Renaming is not just for fancifulness. Some doors show you what they're named, their name, so that would be written on the door then. And when you get into programming, which this game also has, and which is almost required, it's not quite required, but I mean, really playing without it is making it hard on yourself. You also have a logic chip, so you don't need to program. You can control devices just by sticking some chips together and wiring things up and using some screwdriver to set the values. You know, that's what you can also do. Anyway, so let's disconnect this stuff then with a wrench. Again, dragging or right mouse button for teleportation. The right mouse button sadly is not yet shown to you anywhere yet, so that's why I'm saying that so explicitly. Don't worry, standing under this thing, it won't damage you. It's not... you're not that fragile. Why do I not just destroy the lander when everything would fall down then? I was talking about that, wasn't I? Well, because you need to orient yourself. You need to know where you are. I mean, look at this. Where are we right now? Oh, by the way. Hey, Google. Light to 1. It's a bit bright in here. See, you can see that from afar, so it's pretty useful, only from one direction. Anyway, how do you orient yourself? I just pressed F2 to hide the head-up display. F1, by the way, as shown at the left top of the screen, is for the help. There's a built-in help that has tons of information, and you should make use of it. Some of the information is inaccurate, because the text up here was written by humans, and this game is still early access, has been for 8 years or 7 years, but this game is so good, I tell you. If you don't consider this game to play it, then that's only because you have so many other games to play, because once you have this game, you will not get to play those so much, I tell you. But all the information written down here is automated. It comes from the simulation, so it's always correct. For example, how many watts this thing consumes when it is turned on but idle, or the flash point, or the auto ignition. That's how hot it has to be for that thing to catch fire. If there's no fire around, but it's hot enough. And down here we can see some logic values. can see what is this thing currently open, is there an error being shown, what content is in there. You can read all those things and you can write some of these and control the device. And most devices in the game can be controlled with logic. You don't have to, but you would pretty much want to. So how do you orient yourself? Well, down here we have a compass. Can you see the mouse? And it has 360 degrees. So, you know, you can say, let's move away from the place and then consider your lateral movements and then return to the right orientation, including some lateral movement adjustment, and you can go back there. But that's not the only way. It's just if you have no other means. These means are always available. But there are beacons also in the game, which you can look at with a tracker tablet. You might think, okay, well, I have to get a tracker tablet. Good thing is you start with one. Let me first dismantle everything so that it's completed. How about flying, actually? Well, you can press the J key for a jetpack. I have that on shift, so I've reassigned my keyboard configuration a little bit. Where is it? Controls. Yeah, you can pause the video. Don't want to talk about every detail. Because, I mean, shift, you cannot run in this game, so why not use shift then to fly? Okay, so where's this tracker cartridge that was the tracker tablet? The jetpack is basically your backpack. Only this one can also make you fly around. There's also backpacks in the game. You can see there the propellant was used. And if you use harder difficulty, it will use more propellant. A little music change. Okay, let's get into the meat of things. Here we have a tablet. And if you have a tool in your hands, like the tablet, if you want to use that, right mouse button to turn that on. Like, for example, the mining drill, which we have in the mining backpack, mining belt. Oh, what is that? What's that? That is atmosphere being displaced. Which stupidly also happens when you mine, because there's always a vacuum here when you mine, and that is really a problem on harder worlds, which I consider a bug even, a buggy implementation. I hope they will fix that. It's not a problem on this world, but on Venus you will actually be tossed about because of the incredible high pressure. So, if you have a tool in your hands and you press the right mouse button, you can turn that on. This one is now flashing an error. Oh, this one also has an inventory? Yeah. There can be inventories within inventories within inventories. Then you can also close the parent inventory, not a problem, doesn't matter. And here we see cartridges, which I can drag in there, like the tracker cartridge. You can also just drag it here, because there's often some context sensitivity in the game. Yep. And now we can see I have a distance of 0 meters, because my character is called, my Discord name, owner of the place. But if you use a mouse wheel now, which is sadly not written there, then I can choose a different target, and we can see, for example, the Lander Mark II. So if you don't destroy that thing, you will always have some kind of home base beacon without having to spend any electricity or having to build that thing. And you have your cartridge from the start, and you have your compass, and you have these GPS coordinates. So Y, by the way, is the vertical coordinate. So you only need to remember X and Z if you want to get home. So if you get lost in this game, it's pretty much your fault. Like so many other things. When you die, it's usually your fault. Actually, I think it's always your fault. Okay, what other cartridges do we have there? This seems like an interesting toy to play with, right? Well, let's swap that for the network analyzer. Here we can see on the left side you would see the list of devices when you point at a cable that are connected to that cable. Then you would see what power is being consumed and what potential power is available and so forth. Very useful, but currently not relevant or useful to us. And then we have the most used cartridge of them all, the atmospheric analyzer. This allows us to see into pipes and into containers, and currently into the place that we are, which is the world. And we can see we have a very low pressure. How can we know that the pressure is low? Well, the suit's pressure is set to 101 kilopascals. It's a bit lower because it's constantly exchanging atmosphere, so the process means that ultimately we end up at 96. If you want it higher, just set it higher if you wish. Actually, often it's useful to set it lower. But anyway. Okay, the temperature out there is minus 46.6 degrees Celsius. I think we just saw that, yeah, decrease. So, I mean, the value increased, so it gets closer to 0, so it's getting warmer. Why is that? Because the sun has now is past midnight and is coming closer to us, faster and faster. Of course, it's Mars that's turning, right. And in the place that we are, we have this pressure, which is 1/50th of what I have set to my suit to be. And on Earth, at sea level, we have 101 kilopascals, the same pressure that we have in the suit. So just remember 101 or 100, just remember 100, it's easy, isn't it? 100 is normal pressure, yeah, 100. And so this is very, very low. Case in point, let's open the space helmet. I can do that by clicking here, if it is unlocked. Or I can do that by, you can see it over here, by pressing I. So let's do that.
Pressure critical. Temperature critical. Oxygen critical.
My lungs are being damaged. It's very cold, and I can currently not breathe. And now my consciousness is fading. That is basically the most drastic situation you can be in. But hey, I just opened my helmet on Mars. What do you expect? Let's close it again. And now my consciousness returns, and so does the daytime, actually. And we also see the gases that are here. Let's explain those quickly. You can see we have some CO2 here, we have some nitrogen here, we have the stuff that I need to breathe, we have oxygen. And we have some pollutant, that's a gas that... Well, how many gases do we have in the game then? Back to the home page, gases. These are the gases that we have. Looks like it's many, but it's not that many. Because many gases are listed here multiple times. There's oxygen, and there's liquid oxygen. That's the same thing, just in a different phase. Sorry for the music, this is just live radio. I don't know what's coming up next. Okay. Which even has a phase change diagram, and that is the same then when you're picking liquid oxygen. This sounds like it's very complicated, but I'm tossing basically a broad front of topics at you so that you get a feeling of what it is that you're getting into. But do not get scared by it, because once I get deeper into this video, and if you have the patience, well, if you don't have it, again, there's this video in the description, 35 minutes long, which gets you very far into the game very quickly. So once we get deeper into the video, we'll see that it is actually not that hard. You will see that the things I'm doing are pretty easy. Pretty simple stuff, really. And with few emergencies. Anyway, you can see the phase change diagram. So oxygen, you can see here where I'm moving that. If I go to 0 degrees Celsius, it is still a gas. If I go closer here, then it's suddenly a liquid. But sometimes it's not. What does that mean? But just like in reality, even though the phase change diagram is not actually realistic, but conceptually it is. Just like in reality, if you increase the pressure of a gas, then the temperature at which it will stay liquid is higher. Just like water, it doesn't just boil at 100 degrees, that's only at sea level pressure. If you have higher pressure, then you will need more temperature to get it into gaseous form. And if you're in space, for example, where there's no pressure, it will just evaporate like that. That is why they say that you freeze in space, which Hollywood always gets wrong. They depict that wrong. It's not how it happens there. The liquids on your body's surface, like the eyes and of course the lungs that you should open to release the gas, otherwise things get very ugly. You know, you let it breathe out. Not that you would be in that situation. Those liquids will evaporate, and that will then cool you down, just like in the game. And that will form some ice crystals, a bad thing in your lung, incidentally. But otherwise your body will not freeze, because space doesn't have temperature. It's not cold, it's not hot, it doesn't have any temperature. And this is also how it is in this game. So, back to business. You can see the gases here. You can see how much of the gas is in here. This is the objective amount. Just like we have 5 gas here. Yeah, this is 5 gas. And this is the percentage. This is the relative pressure, relative amount versus all the other stuff. If there would be no other gas types here, this would be, of course say 100%. And what about the pressure? Well, the pressure is it's just the matter depends on the amount of gases that are here. So the objective amount. So what survival aspects are here? Oh, by the way, can you see this? We have this was not on screen before. Now we have this health indicator here, which is at 100%. Why is it still there? Why is it not going away? Because I actually damaged my lungs by having my spacesuit open for that long. The lungs will heal to some degree, so I guess this will vanish at some point, but I can also swallow the pill, of which I have only one. I can also even do this right now.
Pressure critical.
I just released the right mouse button, which I used to eat this pill, in time so that it would not actually be eaten. Reset the panel's location. Because I just wanted to show you how it works. I didn't want to actually eat it. But if I eat that, this damage would go away. But I don't want to do that now. I don't want to waste the one pill that I have. By the way, here in my uniform I have some food, like I have it also on the surface here somewhere, which I brought from the landing pod. There, yeah. There's some... if I take this, I can open it. Then I click here to unpack one bottle. I can just press the right mouse button for long enough. Then it will unpack one bottle. It will drop to the ground, and eventually this packaging will just vanish. These are just for traveling, so you cannot even make them or whatever. And we have cereal bars. So let's eat something. You can see here my food is down to 82%. And I can even do that with the helmet closed.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
And drink 2 with the helmet closed. Because that's we are currently playing easy difficulty. On normal difficulty and hard difficulty, that's not possible. So then you have to open your helmet. So you can do that on the moon, for example, where there's vacuum, or you can do that here on Mars, where there's very low pressure, but it's currently warm. But when I had opened my helmet at night, it was very cold, and that does damage my lungs. Also, they're damaged if you have them in vacuum for too long, I think. The temperature at which you can breathe without trouble is from 0 to 50 degrees. I believe the lungs get damaged at minus 10 to up starting 60 degrees, but I'm not sure about that. Better play it safe. So what survival aspects do we have here? Well, obviously breathing. We have covered that. Breathing also when it comes to the temperature that your lungs are exposed to. What about your body? Well, there's no simulation on that front yet. Except, well, if your hunger meter here is at 0%, or your thirst meter, or both of them, then it's even stronger, then your body will get damaged. So you will have this indicator here counting down. If it's at 0, you fall over dead. If you take the pill, you will be at 100% again immediately. But these will keep counting down. You just have to take a little sip, and then you're at 1% again. And if you also have food, then this will start counting up slowly. You will heal. So the simulation on that front is still very primitive, but it's there. You have to take care of it. Then what else do we have? Well, food and water. And then pressure. Yeah, the pressure shouldn't be too high, I think. I think if the pressure is too high, you also have problems. And if it's too low, you just can't breathe. There's not enough pressure for you to breathe. But that's it. Your body's environmental temperature, the environmental pressure, and whether you're hungry or thirsting. That is what you need. So how long will we live here then? Well, I have some reserves. Some of these crates have some food, but at some point that will be used up, and then what? Well, then I will die. Also, you don't play this game actually to just sustain yourself for 5 minutes because, well, look at this world, it's interesting, and then you die of boredom. But to build stuff, to engineer stuff, and to improve the stuff that you build, and to automate it, and to build the next level of that thing, and to get more convenience, and to see what does this new thing do. There's so many items in this game. And to enjoy the simulation, which is very deep. And to occasionally reload because you die, and then because something exploded, and then you will be thankful for all those save games. Because you can, for example, unpack a canister here that comes with your landing gear, and those wrappings around the canister are actually for insulation. If you unwrap that, maybe you can find that. Let's see. Yeah, here. That is a water canister, and if I unpack that now, I mean, let's just do that. Let's see what happens. I will take my tablet and look into that canister. Then we see that, let me just reset the field of view. You can adjust the field of view in the settings very widely, for example, like this. which is too wide even for me, and telescopic. You can do that in the settings, but in the game you can also press 3 keys to zoom in, to zoom out, and to reset to your settings value. So that's very, very convenient, and no other game has that. This one has that. They got it right. What they also got right, while I'm at it, is the volume sliders, because these ones work correctly. If you slide down from 100 to 90, it will get actually tangibly quieter, and so forth, instead of going down to 60% and nothing happening, like most games have it. The Steam Store has it, YouTube has it. No, this one does it correctly. These devs are awesome, and I'm playing the beta version of an early access game, and I can play that for 7-8 hours without crashing. Why not longer? Well, because that's the longest session I've had so far, that's why. So we see here it has 20 degrees Celsius. And we can see also that in there we have liquid... Oh, sorry, I was jumping. Liquid water. That's what this symbol means. And here we have gaseous water. This water in gaseous form. You may also see at some point some droplets here, or here, probably here, which would mean that this is condensing. It's a process of condensing, so this will increase and that will slowly decrease. Or some squiggly lines in parallel here, which means that that will be evaporating to gas, because that's what this simulation indeed does. You will indeed be able to basically fart in one corner of your room, you walk over to the other end, and eventually you will smell it. Except farts are not implemented. You can see how much is in there. That's the absolute amount, which, since it's in liquid form, can actually also be stated in the form of liters. You can see 12 liters is also what it can hold. If we cool this down further, well, nothing will happen, because then it will just become liquid, this remaining gas, or maybe it will freeze. If we heat this up, then this will become a gaseous form, and at some point this canister will break. What is that point? Pressing escape pauses the game, but if you press F1, you can also click here to pause and unpause the game. So let's click on the intention button. I want to pause the game and look at the liquid canister. And we find all kinds of stuff. For example, the liquid canister. And here we can see the maximum pressure that it can hold is 10,000-ish stuff. 10,000-ish stuff. Remember this visual thing here. This stuff. That's also the same puzzle thing that we have here, and the same puzzle thing we have here. Pascals, kilopascals. Megapascals are the same thing, except, you know, 1,000ths of that. So this thing can hold 10 megapascals.
Power low.
If this water evaporates, we will have more and more pressure in here. Currently we have 12 kilopascals, and at some point that pressure may exceed 10 megapascals. Then we will see that the damage of this guy is reaching slowly 100%, also a progress bar, and then when it reaches 100%, this will explode violently and leave a small crater and destroy part of your station. And so if you unpack that, like I did here, and leave that lying around, then at day, I don't know, 10 or whatever, or 20 of your save game, suddenly an explosion destroys your station, and you don't know why. That is the kind of stuff that can happen in this game. So be aware of what you're doing and use your save games, and well, be aware of these kind of things. The same can happen for tanks, which are these guys, because if this guy is at 9 megapascals with like 10 degrees Celsius gas, and your station has 50, 60, 70 degrees Celsius because your cooling system isn't yet established, then, well, the pressure will reach too high, and this guy will also build up damage and then explode, and that explosion is a bit more violent. Yep. There's also the furnace. If that explodes, yeah, that's something you don't want. But these are the exploding things. Overpressurized canisters, overpressurized pressure vessels. That's the only explosions that can happen in the game, except for explicit explosives, but they don't explode accidentally. So, see, if you have an explosion and you reload your save game, you're trying to get out of that death loop, basically, that's what you have to look for. Try to see where the center is, then reload again, go to that center and look where the pressure vessel is that in question, and then you will probably see, oh, it's at 80% damage because, okay. And then you load the second to next save game, and then you will fix that problem. carry it out of your airlock, toss it away, maybe just open it so that it can relieve its pressure. Because yeah, everything can be opened here. I can click here at the top to open it. Or I can use this and open it here. The same goes for gas containers, because that is a liquid container, this is a gas container.
Air tank critical.
You can see my oxygen is at 20 degrees. It will now slowly cool down because the outdoors temperature is minus 44 degrees. You can see here that gas is being temperature, thermal energy is being convected away by touch basically, and is radiated away also, except currently none. That's why this NA not available. They're not applicable. The value is not applicable. And it will slowly cool down. And I'm currently reducing the pressure of my suit. And this tells you what? This tells you that it could basically turn down the target pressure of my suit to a much lower value, and it would still be able to breathe just fine. And that is true. And some people do that even to save on oxygen. So let's set that down to 40. I'm not saying you should, I'm just demonstrating it. And now,
Oxygen low.
now that if the partial pressure of your oxygen is 20 kilopascal or lower, then you will start to suffocate. So let's look here. Now it's being built up again, close to the value that I set, and now we're fine. What do I mean by partial pressure? Well, let's say you have an atmosphere in your station, for example, that consists entirely of oxygen, and the pressure is 20 kilopascals. That is cutting it close, but it's fine. Let's say the pressure is 20 kilopascals, and you have 50% oxygen and 50% nitrogen. Then you will suffocate, because oxygen is, you don't have enough of that. The partial pressure of it is not 20 kilopascals. In this case, it would be, I guess, 10 kilopascals. Maybe we should get into the actual building. I mean, now I've been jabbered on for so long, for 40 minutes, and we haven't actually played the game yet. Maybe I should put timestamp on this one. Okay, so how do we then build a station in which we will then hopefully not die? We have construction supplies. These are the ones that we will use now. But I will also show you the other supply crates, so we can have an inkling of what else is there. We have the electrical supplies. These are just names. I can name them myself. They have been named by the developers for the starting year to be electrical supplies, and then they put that stuff in. A battery charger, small. We also have a bigger one. A large battery. They can be charged with the small charger. The small charger is just a little bit slower and has fewer slots. A solar panel. Then we have a portable generator. And a power connector, so you can connect the portable generator to the rest of your station, so it can become a permanent installment if you wish. And an insulated canister package, which you can open, and then it has a gas canister in there with fuel gas, which you can stick into the portable generator, which will then, excuse me, chug away and produce electricity, and will also produce heat and pollutant gas, which you don't want in your station. It's something you need to consider. Here with the solid fuel generator, same thing basically. It produces a lot of power, and you put coal in there, which also burns in a vacuum. That's a bit questionable, and at 20 kilowatts comes out there. It's tons basically. I think they should nerf this thing. And then we have an extra cable coil, but you also have some cables on you. And then we have an area power controller, which switches power on and off and separates power networks, because that's a very important thing in the game. And it also has a battery charger built in, which charges at 1000 watts per game tick. Actually, that means it's not 1000 watts, but 2000 watts basically, right? Because watt is joules per second. And that would be 2000 joules or 1000 joules per game tick. It doesn't matter, whatever. It's the fastest charger. This one has 400 watts and the larger one has 500 watts per slot. So that's the electrical supplies. Then we have the survival supplies. There's a portable beacon, which you can turn on, and then it will consume this battery slowly. It has lots of time. Here we have more stuff to eat. There are some flags that we can plant to like find our way back or whatever. Then we have the portable scrubber, very useful to clean our atmosphere in the station. Also a battery and some filters for the most common pollutant gases, pollutant and volatiles. There's also another gas that's a gas that you don't want in your station. Oxygen you breathe. Nitrogen is harmless. Carbon dioxide is harmless, but the plants love it, and some plants also need nitrogen. Volatiles are the only gas in the game that burns, and it burns either together with oxygen or it burns either together with nitrous oxide. Then we have pollutant, just purely poisonous, and that's basically the deterioration gas, as in you have some processes going on, something burns, you will definitely get some pollutant out of that one, because that's basically the final stage. Then we have water, or steam, same thing in a way. We have polluted water, which is, for example, when you take a shower and you can boil that so it becomes steam, so it's pure again, or you can use a water evaporation unit with charcoal. And then we have the nitrous oxide, which also a gas that you don't want in a station, because if you have too much of that, you will go unconscious. So if you, for whatever reason, you have a situation where you have some nitrous oxide, but it will eventually go away, then going unconscious is not fatal, because you can just lie there for a while, and eventually this will go away, maybe, if you're lucky, and then you wake up again. It's harmless, it just makes you unconscious, and so effectively dead. But you can also actually die here, don't worry. So these are the gases, and the gases that you don't want in your station are pollutant, volatiles, and nitrous oxide. Everything else is fine-ish, except water on the ground can cause shorts, you know, cables can short out. There's actual in-world liquids in the game, and any gas can become a liquid, so we'll have a colorful mix there of pollutant and whatever flowing about. Something to drink, something to eat, and we have a portable air conditioner which can heat or cool the station, and we have some mining equipment, for example mining charges. You can explode those, and if you stand nearby it will at the most turn you unconscious, and then you wake up again. It will not destroy your spacesuit, they are really harmless, and they have a countdown, so why would you stand next to them? And they are very effective for mining, so you should make use of them. There's also a pneumatic mining drill. That one is gas bottle driven. I prefer the electric one, but the pneumatic one, if the gas bottle is really high pressured, then it is really fast, much faster than the electrical one that you start with. But the heavy mining drill that you can print later is the fastest. So we have hydroponic supplies, for example, to plant potatoes, to plant wheat, or to plant soybeans for oil, which you can use for canned food and such. This is where we plant them in, hydroponics tray. Then we have a water bottle filler, which is here because we also have some canister holder here for liquid canisters. Or we can also, this also has, this is the canister holder. And this is a large tank, which we cannot build with this because we need 2 of these kits. I only hold 1. Or a small tank. And there's some pipes. Liquid pipes. There are 2 types of pipes, for gas and for liquids, and both of these exist in 2 variants, the basic variant and the insulated one. And then we have this portables connector, which can be used, for example, to wrench a tank down. Where are they? There are tanks here. You can wrench that down in your station, and then it's a permanent installment, unless you unwrench it, and then you can connect pipes to it. And that's what you do here. You wrench down the liquid canister with, and then you use the pipes, and you pipe that to, for example, your water bottle filler, or to these hydroponic trays so that your plants have water. And then we have the airlock supplies, with the most used device in the game, basically the active vent, which pumps gas from a room into a pipe, or from a pipe into a room. Here are gas pipes. Then we have a console here, which is a little computer for multiple purposes. We can use multiple motherboards in them. There are just different build variants for them. I will talk about those later. And there's LEDs, which can display a number or text, or some pressure or electricity value, just different build sizes. Then we have the kit door, which builds some doors that actually slide to the side and are controlled by logic and power. And then we have this, which can cover up a wall, so the microchips and wires are hidden, but you can hit the handle and then it opens. And then we have the manual hatch, which is not Spanish and can be opened manually. And the same thing for the floor. Then we have a motherboard for the console, where there are multiple in the game. This is an airlock. We also have an advanced airlock, and there are some other types, not airlock types, but other control types. And then we have a passive vent, which is basically like a pipe, but it's open, which you can also emulate by breaking a pipe if you need. That can also happen. And there's the labeler. So this is now the name for my airlock supplies. See, you point at a thing, you turn that thing on, and let's rename the lander Home Sweet Home. So that's what we see then on our tracking cartridge. The disk is used in some few devices, I think currently only in the consoles, though it can also be stuck into a few other devices where it's not of use, but you can at least detect whether it's in there, so there's an additional switch kind of effect, you know. It's used here to configure your airlock, that's why it's here. Okay, and now with all that blathering, we are at 50 minutes, let's start building. A station needs a foundation. You can use walls for this, like here the iron walls. We can see that there's basically a word block grid, and this would build in the ground, this would build half in, half outside the ground, and this would build outside the ground. I could use iron walls like this, but I don't wanna. Let me just check the music. Yeah, let's get into building. No, not this one. Oh, I see that the music is ill-placed. Some things cannot be built on walls. So basically the go-to thing is you take the iron frames, and that's how you make your foundation. So let's find a place. Oh, here for example. Where we'll just start placing these down, right? Mouse button like you would use a tool, and then place with the left one. Here we go, our station foundation, except it's currently not yet welded, so it lets gas through, and I cannot stand off on it. And then you can weld it with iron sheets, and then it will be welded, and it's still not airtight, but you can walk and build on it. And then you weld it a second time, and then it's closed. So we have 100 frames, I believe. Or no, 60 frames. Now you might think, well, let's build a large foundation then. You shouldn't. If you make it too big, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you will suffer the problem of overbuilding, because you need more materials to close your station, and you will not have those available at the start. You would have to print those first with one of the 3D printers, and for that you need the ingots that you put in there, the materials, so that it can print. But to have the ingots, you would first need the ore that you need to mine, so that you can turn that into ingots with a furnace. And in other words, if you overbuild, you will not like that. I think I just did this wrong. Let's see. Let's take the mining drill and... Oops, that's not the intention. By the way, if you use a mining drill here, where your belt is, you benefit from it being there. Because if you mine and there happens to be some ore there, like here, it will not fall to the ground, but it will end up directly in your mining drill, in your mining belt. You can also use this for the Minecraft field, but whoever does that? That's a really desperate move when you no longer have power for that, for the mining drill. Yeah, I'm usually more lucky when it comes to starting locations, but you can see now what you have to do in situations where you're not lucky. And I mean, the video is for learning, so yeah, that makes sense. And for if you have enough time. Again, in the description is a video that explains everything very, very, quickly. So when you put your mining drill away, listen. You can still hear it, and it's still burning through its small battery. Oh, you can also set it to flatten, which will mean that you don't drill down, you will drill only on the level that you are, which can be useful. So did I place some underground? No, I placed them correctly. Now I placed a 5x6, which may already be too much, I don't know. That's where the sun is, and if you remember, it will take this curve, I think. and so I will make this my front porch. Why do I need a front porch? Well, let's just say the arc furnace, the thing that will make my first ingots, is a dirty beast. I don't want its heat or its pollutant inside my station. That's why I would build it on the outside. The outside, though, doesn't need to be airtight. I just need to be able to build on it. So I will now weld all of this, but not the front porch, because that's just a waste. And by the way, this silicon stuff is used to make silicon ingots, and those are made for plasticky things. But you don't have to remember that. If you point at the manufacturer and you select what you want to print, you will see what materials you need. So let's turn off the light. Yes, the brutal shadows in this game are really... I mean, that's... I mean, if anyone says I'm not getting the game because of the stupid lighting, that review gets an upvote from me every time. Because, sorry, that is just shit. That's just the term for it. Okay, so now we have the welder here, and it's currently not doing anything. Welding torch is not currently operable for this task. How do I even know that I need to weld these? I mean, you're currently learning this because I'm telling you, but you don't have to. Most of the things the game will tell you. For example, the home sweet home will be damaged by dust storm events, which will happen in a few days, so we need to prepare for that. But if I point at a thing with a tool in hand, for example the screwdriver, then there will be additional information. Angle grinder required to deconstruct. So I take the angle grinder and... See, that would deconstruct it if I let the progress bar fill. And so let's look at this, the water tank. What happens if I look at that with a tool? Cannot deconstruct. Canister needs to be empty. So sadly it's not telling me what the tool would have to be. I think it's the drill, I'm not sure. But I mean, it needs to be empty for that, okay. Then what about the construction supplies? Can those also be interacted with? Yeah, hand drill required to deconstruct. So if I would do that now, things would fly all over the place. I don't want that. And if we look at these iron frames that I've placed, what happens then? Then it tells us the angle grinder is required to deconstruct, and then you get 90% back. Basically, you get, well, the full frame, but the battery would have been wasted of your, of your angle grinder. That's why you need the sun or the wind as your energy sources, or thermal differences using the Stirling engine, or there is another generator in the game, I think, yeah, the gas fuel generator, and so forth. So we need a welding torch and one iron sheet. Well, let's take the welding torch and one iron sheet then. And now it's not working. Why? Because I have to hold the welder. And now it's telling me it's still insufficient. What's wrong? The welding torch is currently not operable for this task. I need to turn it on. Now look here, the temperature is rising because this thing is excreting hot gases, which are now flying about. And we can actually measure those. Let's take a look at the gas situation. And turn off the thing. Now things are changing. All of that simulated. In other words, if you're welding inside your station, yeah, that will cause pollution. This is not my front porch. Now I can walk on this thing. And don't stand inside here when you weld. That will destroy your spacesuit and then you die. And now I have no more building materials. But thankfully, we have enough iron sheets in here. Oh wait, there's iron walls. Where are the iron sheets?
Power critical.
Oh, that's a problem. I was talking too much. Okay. You might say that the inventory is pretty limited. Well, later you get a bigger inventory, and it's also a matter of management. But before I go into that, let's actually do the following. Pro tip, carry your stuff onto the foundation that you made before you continue with it. For multiple reasons. One of them, eventually you want that in your station. And hauling that through your airlock is tedious, if not problematic. Can actually add some, I mean, depending on how violently you do that, it can even happen that something glitches through a wall and then there's a sudden physics engine glitch which will then destroy part of your spacesuit, and then you need to, what do you do then? Well, then you hold your duct tape in a hand, you select that hand, and you click, you can see here where the mouse is, right mouse button to use that. Only I can't do that right now because there's no need. And then you hold that until the progress bar is full a few times, and you do that. And then your spacesuit and your helmet would have been fixed somewhat. I mean, they will still be damaged, but they will not be leaking at this point, I think. Yeah. Then also some planetary atmosphere will have come into your suit, so if there's a poisonous atmosphere, like on Vulcan, for example, we're opening your waste tank. Yeah, that's something we have to do at some point. We have to open this guy to empty it, because once it reaches 4 megapascals, we will be warned. Once it reaches that temperature, pressure, it will no longer be useful. The suit can no longer pump waste gas into it, and then we will again suffocate. By the way, let's look at this thing, and then we see that there's CO2 in there, and there's also O2 in there. Why the fuck is there oxygen in there? And the temperature is 47 degrees. What is going on? What's going on is that the situation that you're in might be that it's too warm. For example, when the sun is shining upon me, or when I'm welding something, or when I'm inside my station, it's too warm, and stuff like that. When the situation is too hot. And oxygen will be used, or whatever gas you have in here, will be pumped through your suit and will be pumped into your waste tank to cool you down. So if you turn off your air, for example, or your waste canister, and it's too hot, then your temperature will rise here. But all of that makes sense. It makes sense. See, it's logical. Only the game doesn't really clearly tell you what's happening oftentimes. And that is really something that needs to be improved, and it will. You can bet your balls on it. That will happen eventually. Well, you need some balls to play this game. Metaphorically. I mean, for me it's routine. I'm not saying, hey, behold. No, I'm saying it's easy to get routine, and I have 2,000 hours, man. Of course I'm routine by now. Routine is not a verb. It is now! Okay, that should be all. 3 tanks. This one from the top of the lander, easily overlooked. See also my own playthrough of Europa, the current one. There's the oxygen tank, and there's some peculiar differences that you should observe. We see 3 types of tanks here. 3, not 2. Wait, what? Because of the color? No. It's just the color. You can use a spray can or the spray gun with the spray can inside, which is much more efficient, faster, and leaves much fewer pollutants. You can use that to... let me just prepare something, because otherwise things get ugly. You can use a spray can to change the color. You can spray them all white, for example, but there's still a difference. You can see the shape is different. This one is different from that one, and this one is different from both of them. What are the differences? Well, there are basically 2 types, not 3. These ones are for gas. This one is for liquid. Good thing the batteries are lit, right? You can see that my temperature is now falling. Oh, what just happened? I just accidentally jumped again. You can see that my temperature is falling because the suit no longer has life support power to do stuff. I don't know actually why the air tank is currently dropping in pressure. Let's turn off all that stuff here. Is it still falling? It is no longer falling.
Oxygen critical.
Aha, I didn't even know this. Gas is actually piped into your suit
Oxygen critical.
by pressure alone, apparently. Anyway, turning this on doesn't help because the suit doesn't have power to drive that stuff, so let's drag from the world into your suit, not the other way around. Because if I do this... Oh god, I dropped my battery, where is it? I can't find it, huh? See? It's good to drop the other way around, because if I do this and then I let go, the worst thing that would happen is that it falls into the world once they have finally implemented that interaction, which they should. But currently nothing happens, so you want to swap like this, you know? Okay, where did that battery... Oh, there it is. This one's now empty, and, well, I need to speed things up a bit, don't I? So this is a gas tank, this is a liquid tank. Why do these look different then? Because this is a gas tank Mark II, and this is a gas tank Mark I. Why is that relevant? Because this one is not insulated. You can see the oxygen in there is not 20 degrees Celsius, which it probably was at the start, is 19.6. And if this would be your Europa, which has minus 140 degrees Celsius, then after, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, this thing would be at 0 degrees and less. So if you stick your oxygen canister in there to refuel, which I will just do again, then you can observe up there that it shows me the pressure that's in there.
Air tank critical.
Then I would get that too cold air and would breathe that too cold air and wonder at some point, why am I dying? Well, because the gas I'm breathing is bad for me. It is pure oxygen. Yeah, it's too cold, man. It's too cold. There's such a thing. So consider that. The game has temperature, pressure, gas mixtures, and, well, those are the factors that you have to consider. Just like you have to make sure that your plants also get a phase of darkness, not just light. So, and this one is thankfully insulated, so no matter how hot or cold it is around, really no matter, it will ignore that. It will stay at this temperature. And this one is a non-insulated liquid canister. There's water in there, pure water. So why is this one 19.6 degrees and this one 19.9? Last time I checked, we have been both of these have been participating in this little multiplayer experience for the same duration. Because the amount of gas in there is much higher. We have 5 kilomoles, 5,000 units of gas, and here we have 2,500 units of gas. But not only that, but also the thermal mass of the particular gas is, I don't know what the actual term is, but not all the gases are the same, let's say that. Anyway, this is much more inert, what we have in there, because there's so much of it in there. And this one reacts to temperature outside, changes more strongly. I think there's also a Mark II for these ones, which do not react to energy changes, to temperature change. Okay, now we have this foundation. Well, now we need to build walls, so we are safe from the world, basically. Where are those walls then? Let me do some calculations, which I normally don't do, but yeah, let's just go build it and see what happens. So there are some iron walls here. Well, and later you get different materials. There's also steel frames. Once you have steel, which are more effective when it comes to material use, and they look a bit more sleek. And the other materials made from steel, they're also better than... I mean, look at this, for example. I will explain this. Just don't worry. It looks like crap, man. And it's supposed to. It's the starting material. You're supposed to want to evolve. You're supposed to want to get better. That's part of the game balancing. Let's look at what I have here. I have iron walls. Now we see wall geometry T mirrored. And we see kit iron wall. And we see all of this stuff. And let me tell you, these here, all of these are basically the same thing. Down here, we have something else. I don't know why this is actually listed, because it doesn't fit my search term. I think this is a bug somehow. But anyway, let's look at this in the first hit. Wall, geometry, team mirrored. Structure, wall, geometry, team mirrored is the game's own word for this, and this is the stuff that we need for programming, except walls are not programmed. But this is the name type that we would use. We can see here... Oh, I was wrong. I thought it was made from iron, from the kit iron walls. It is made from another kit. Okay, whatever. Then let's just search for iron wall. Okay, this though is true. All of these are kind of the same thing. These just look different, but they are the same thing conceptually. And then we have the kit, and that's a very important distinction that you have to learn, but it's also very easy to learn. The kit is the thing from which you build the structure. The kit is the thing that I hold in hand to build the wall in the world. The wall that I build in the world then is one of these. For example, a window. I will build those because I like to see the environment, and I also like to let the sun in, which will actually heat up my station. Something we need to consider. Let's look at the iron wall that I just placed. We can see here max pressure 200 kilopascals. What does that mean? What does that mean if the temperature in my station, if the pressure is higher than that, then that would be pretty high. Or if the pressure outside is higher than that, then the wall will take damage and die? Yes, but no. It is about a pressure differential. So if I'm on the moon, in which is a vacuum, and my station has 200 kilopascals or more, then or more than 200, then these guys will start taking damage. You will hear that. There will be a sound, and that you should really take notice if you don't want to lose your entire atmosphere. Multiple rooms and multiple sections are definitely mandatory, and some emergency measures and so forth and so forth. But you know, that's the game. It's an engineering survival game, and there will be a lot of action engineering. And if you start on a harder difficulty or on a harder world, you will actually be running around like a beehive at the start to not die. On Europa, for example, you will first want to build a little box in which you haul your oxygen tank, and you want to refill your own oxygen canister one last time, and then you want to wall that up with windows, for example. The windows don't leak thermal energy to the outside, nor do the walls or the iron frame walls. I mean the iron or steel box walls. It's all completely insulated. That may come later, that they also leak energy, but they don't. The only leaking there that exists is if you use glass walls and the sun is shining in. So it hits something inside your station, and that grid field will then excrete thermal energy into the rest of your station. Otherwise, it's completely insulated. Yeah, on Europa, then you want to toss like 3 rods of road flares, which you actually start with. You have some road flares in there and close that up. I mean, you have to light them, of course. And then that will keep your gas at temperature until eventually you will have to break open the wall to refuel. But I mean, these kind of tricks you have to use, and that kind of hectic you have to live with it. And that's great. It's fun to have a game where you are under pressure at the start. So there are also walls that have more pressure differential protection. And the doors also have this value. The glass doors have 200, the composite doors have 300, and the kit doors that I showed you earlier has these doors that I just mentioned. There are also other doors. So now enough talk about this wall. Now we have to talk about the placement of the wall, and I will talk about the rotation later, how that works. This is the same situation. This is a wall, that is a wall, both of them are valid. But let's say I just tossed those with Q. I don't have to explain everything that's on screen, right? I mean, you have seen there are these buttons that are written there, and you know that you need to be fairly intelligent and you need to be tenacious to play this game because it is very demanding. Hey, why is this on screen? And it's still a bit buggy. Let me just
Power critical.
Hey, what? Oh, it's lying on the side. I don't know why that was sticking there. There's some kind of bug there, but it's a harmless bug. And it's rare. I mean, that kind of bug, I mean, I've played for 2,000 hours. This bug I have seen before, but I've seen it very rarely. So this is gas tight. I mean, this is a perfectly gas, what's the word? Hermetically sealing, yeah. Whether I place it like this, or whether I place it like this, or whether I even place it alternatingly like this, where you would think that, oh, this still looks a bit iffy. No, it's not. The game will tell you it is safe. So it doesn't matter how you place them. However, if I place a wire, and you can see I have the benefit of the mining belt here, so like everything that I mine goes into it straight away, and I have the benefit of the tool belt because it doesn't benefit at all from being here, so let's keep it in the inventory then. If I take a wire and place it here on the wall, and I will explain that later too, then you can see the wire. If I place it here on the wall, oh, where's the wire? Exactly. I cannot hit it, but here I can. I cannot see it, but here I can. That's why you want to place your walls like this, your station walls normally. Also, it's more decorative. You see the station from the outside, that's what this looks like. And you know what? You can place both walls, and that's what many people would also do. I would eventually, this ugly wall, I would cover it up with a beautiful wall. And that's what you want to do. You might think this makes it very complicated, but it requires more sophistication from you as the one who builds the station. To know where are your cables, though you can also print some glasses later and use some certain cartridge for them, and then you can see through the walls and can see your cables and your pipes in color. Or you can use a different cartridge and look through the ground, and then you can see the ores that you can mine, even in the ground. Yeah, it looks a bit like the Matrix. Excuse me, I have a cold a bit, and yeah. So, then let's actually start building that station. How do I dismantle this? Well, like always, you open your tool belt, I usually use the screwdriver, you point at the thing and it will tell you you need the crowbar to deconstruct that. So let's do that. And now it tells us we need the angle grinder to deconstruct the rest. Why did it not tell us that before? Because for some reason that I find mighty stupid, when you have the right tool, it will not tell you stuff. I mean, you might think, well, it doesn't need to tell you you have the right tool in hands already. But, for example, if I need to weld something, and so I'm holding my welder, then it would tell you now you need to turn this thing on to weld, and that's it. But if I'm holding a different tool, it will also tell you how many iron sheets and so forth you need in the other hand to weld. So that's still a bit stupidly developed, but one thing you have to know about the RocketWorks developer team, they are very good. I mean, this game, like I said, is a beta version of an early access game, and I can play that for dozens of hours without crash. And also, the game is very niche, and they're also not the best at marketing, let me tell you that. And some things that the game that should really be improved here would make it so much more easy for everybody to use. They're not doing that, so sad face. They're prioritizing wrong. I have to say that, I'm sorry. But otherwise, I mean, since they are not making the money back that the game actually costs, we can be thankful that they are basically sworn to always keep developing this game. Oh, it's a front porch. I don't want to encase that. They to always keep developing this game no matter what. This is something that they, for example, use to train new developers, and as they say, it also makes super fans. And yes, I'm a super fan of theirs. If they produce a new game, I will buy that game because it's a game that they made. Period. Once they sell, even though it's not so much my thing, out of the rail, I will buy that. If there's a DLC for this game, I will buy that because I'm a super fan of theirs. I love this company. I love what they're doing and so forth. The team that is working actually on this game is a small one, and so they are not very fast, obviously, but they're very focused. That's also why they would not go and say, "Hey, there's this bug that I've seen. Let's fix that right away." No. They have 1,000 of fronts that they want to work on, and hundreds of fronts that they need to work on, and so they need to focus. So they have these kind of sprints. The previous one, and then some other public version, was released to early access after 2 or 3 weeks of time, was about the storms. They have become more beautiful, and now we also have the solar storm on the moon. That's really a new thing. And the previous one was actually 6 months long. That's the largest update ever. It was really taking a long time. That I'm just currently managing my strategy here. Do I need to worry of power? What do I do? That was about the terrain. We have this new terrain system, which is much more efficient. We can see further out. We have more, and so forth. I cannot talk about all of that stuff now. So I have walled up everything. but these walls are needed close because these two are built in multiple stages. You might think, why are they built in multiple stages and why do we have to use different tools for this? This is annoying. It can be annoying, but first of all, it prompts you to build wisely. So, like, for example, I want to wall this up. How do I do this? I can now tell you again, use screwdriver to find out what you have to do, but I will just do it. Where's the... I dropped the iron walls somewhere, okay. I will just be efficient. Let's look at this. Blop, 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 just holding down the button the whole time, even between changing my hands, and that makes it efficient then, see? And in the same way, you should think about deconstruction, and about which tools you juggle how. And you might say, okay, that's kind of a cop-out what you're saying there. It's the player's fault if things are complicated, but like I said, right from the start you have these two hands, and I love this deep simulation aspect that this game really goes all out. It's saying you are a human being, you are a person, you are an astronaut standing there with your human body in this astronaut suit. You have to breathe, you have to survive, you have to eat. The lungs are actually an organ that is simulated. You are standing in a volume in which there is oxygen and nitrogen or whatever, and it has temperature, and it might actually become liquid, and so forth and so on. All of that is simulated and happens to you, and whatever the consequence is, that is the consequence then. This game builds on emergence, not on... I mean, for example, the airlock that I will build over here, that's why I left the hole, is not some kind of ready-made kit that you place there and then you have an airlock, like a crafting recipe, but instead the fact that in the end it will be an airlock is emergent simulation behavior. Meaning that, well, I will walk in here, the door closes, the little box here will be evacuated, and then the inner door opens so that the air from here can stream into this room, and so that I can walk in here. And then vice versa, the opposite. And this will separate the two atmospheres, and so the temperature out here and the temperature in here, and the gas mix out here and the gas mix in here, will be completely separate by the airlock. And because I placed a thing that is called airlock? No, because there's a door here that will close and open, because there's a pump here that empties this box, there's a logic controller that will do all those things, there's power here that will drive all those things, there's a logic connector for the door that it reads the door value and writes the door openness value and so forth. That is how this works. And this is the detail on which this level, level of detail on which this game has been implemented. I'm just thinking where to continue next. And that's the thing that you have to fall in love with. You have to, else this game is not for you. If you think, oh, this tool again and so forth, this is sometimes annoying, yes, even to me, who has fallen in love with this, obviously. But still, I mean, it's realistic. I mean, it's like, think you're a craftsperson. You have to do this thing, and now you need that tool, and you need this part and that part. You construct from all of this. That is how you do it here. And when later you have all those cables ugly on the wall, and you wall that up then from the inside so that the cables are hidden and everything is beautiful, and the casing of your water bottle filler is hidden, but the water bottle filler interface itself is still visible, because that's how it's balanced in most cases. If you have done that, then you will be glad about all those details, and you will also have to be careful where do you place your cables. If you place them blindly through the wall, maybe you have to open the wall again with your crowbar. You can see that whether there is some whether there's a cable there or a different cable network and so forth. Now it's advisable to use the crowbar to check if all walls are closed. They are. Let's demonstrate the difference. If you point here, see? The entire window will be lit, but if you point at the middle, that's what you have to do. You have to point somewhere in the center, within the frame. Of course, you can just use your eyes. Sure. But I'm just showing you what you can do to be sure, because, I mean, considering what this actually is, I'm on... What's the fuck's with this music? I'm on Mars here, I mean, I'm fighting for my survival, basically. Just because it's routine to me and I know what's going to happen next, apart from all the time I'm wasting and I might have power problems, doesn't mean that this is an actual survival. So, now I want to place another wall here, so that I can make an airlock, you know. Where's the buildings materials? There. Now, finally, let's talk about how do we even place these walls. You can see here the tooltip is, say, press R. And the default key is C, I believe, but I think R is more intuitive because R is rotate. It rotates this automatically according to what would make sense. For example, here, it wouldn't make sense to allow this placement, so it will not suggest that to me. Or will it? Let's see. No, it doesn't, because it doesn't make sense. You might think this is not really useful. Well, let's hold it down then and scroll the mouse wheel. That makes it more useful, but once you're placing cables or pipes, you will see how useful it really is. And if anyone of Rocketworks is actually watching this, it could be more useful still. Thank you. Now we have actually the choice, will my 1x1 airlock box, and it should be 1x1 for beginners, you can also make large airlocks, but then you really need to know what you're doing. Will I make it straight, like this, walk through? Or will I make it round the corner? Since most people will make that straight, I will make it round the corner so you can see what that would be like, so that you don't have to do that yourself, and then you have that experience. This will save a little bit on cables, as you will see later. So what's the next thing to build? The airlock itself, maybe? Well, since the airlock is a very primary thing, and I was talking about gases so much, let's indeed think about building the airlock. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here, the airlock supplies. It even has quotation marks. So let me demonstrate something not so nice. I will now try to yank this through the wall. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, it doesn't work. What if I'm close to this edge of the wall? What happens then? Oh, nothing. Oh, good. Okay. So it's very unlikely that you have this problem that I described earlier. Now we have all these things here, and I don't know what to place first as a beginner. It's so confusing. But, I mean, are we not a little less confused now? Now we have this foundation, so we know where to place our things and where to place our walls. And are we not a little less confused now? Because now we have our walls here, so we know where the gas will be and where the airlock will be. And so we now know where to place the doors. So whatever your mind can leap to next easiest, do that thing. So we take the door. So again, the question of rotation. I have this R key, in your case it's C, but anyway, it's written here at the tooltip, but there's something else. You can also see here at the in the tooltip that you see delete, page down, home, and insert page up, the 6 keys above the arrow keys. You can use those to explicitly rotate something so that it is rotated the way you want it to. Except for one little thing. You might have observed that there are, we can see that here, that there are these little lines in there. And yeah, you can indeed rotate the wall correctly. The problem is, while you're building it, you're not seeing what you're gonna get. So that is annoying, and that is a long-standing bug that we have complained about aplenty. But there's other things for them to tackle first, I guess. So, now, I said there's a composite roll cover, which, well, let me just place that differently. Why is this blocked right now? Did I place the ceiling wrong? Actually, I don't see why it's blocked. This is actually wrong. It shouldn't be blocked. I think I just discovered a bug. Oh, let's take a screenshot here. Anyway, so which would be placed on a wall so you can, for example, put some chips there and then you click and it opens. And then we have the composite door, and we have the glass door, and we have the manual floor hatch, which is just like the other doors, hermetically sealed if it's closed. But you can click here, then it will be unscrewed and it will slide away, and you can climb through a ladder or fall through if you don't have a ladder yet. And here we have a door that you can manually open. and the composite roll cover. So then we have the glass door. If I would place a glass door here, this would have certain effects. The glass door, as you can see, if you compare that to the composite door, you can see the composite door has smaller actual door slides. You can see through the thing, so you can see the actual door panels themselves. They are bigger or more to the side with the glass door. And so the glass door doesn't allow cables to be built right next to it. And also it has larger panels, more glass. You will need more glass for this.
Power low.
So that's one thing to consider. I mean, it's not important. You can just build around that. I'm just saying. But if I place a glass door here, then I cannot place a glass door here, because they would bump into each other if they're open. That doesn't fly. So I can build a composite door here and a glass door here, or vice versa, or just build a composite door in both cases, and that's what I will do. You should always build them so that these little connectors that you saw there, which are actually seen by the tooltip system currently, but not by you, that they are pointing into the airlock. Now we need to complete these doors. How do we do that? Let's ask the mighty screwdriver. It is saying, okay, this is where the button would be, and we have to point at the rest of the door. It is saying we need the wrench to deconstruct them, or we need the welding torch and 1 plastic sheets to continue. So let's get those plastic sheets. And well, if you have some routine, and actually, well, we could do something more wise. Well, let's first toss this guy down, take a look at what has developed. It is still at 20 degrees, okay, nothing special then. I guess we will not see any change, because the planet is going cold, but it's only also going warmer again, and the thermal mass is just too high. So let's toss some things down that I don't immediately need. So my hands are freed, so to speak. I don't need the network analyzer right now, not the tracker cartridge, not this tiny solar panel in which I can actually charge batteries. Maybe I should place it over yonder and put an empty battery in there. I could have done that earlier. This thing is actually pretty powerful for its small size. What else can we toss down? For example, the flares. Or maybe this thing didn't change temperature because it was in my inventory. Yeah, I think that's the reason. And the pill. I should put that in a different place, but let's just toss it down here. So, oh, and this also. Now I have lots of space, and if I now take all the building materials into myself here, into my inventory, that makes it much more straightforward than to build stuff. And then we can also do this. What is this? So that's the crate. I can... there is. There's the crate back. Autorotate is the first 3D printer. Arc furnace is the first thing to turn ingots into something that I was talking about. So now it's easy to build these. And the next screwdriver step would be use glass and a crowbar. So now we use a crowbar to leverage the glass into these things. There we go, and now we cannot use them. Now we cannot get out because there's no power. You cannot use them without power. But you can use the crowbar. So that's fine. It's really not yet time to seal your state pneumatically. Okay, so now we can see the airlock as a box, and we can see the doors. What would be the next step to build an airlock? Well, there are these connector thingies, and they should probably be connected. And yes, they have to be. So let's take the cable coil and place some cables. You can see we have multiple cable variants here, because, you know, we can build cables in all kinds of directions. What I'm seeing around me is the gas streaming out of the station from where I welded. That's what that is. But you don't have to bother with all of these, because there's a trick. A simple trick is not a cheat. I will now use the curved cable, and I will now rotate that in a completely stupid way. Yeah, this. And I want to place that here. You will get used very quickly to this high-resolution world grid.
Hydration critical.
The low-res one is the big boxes, and there's this high-res one, and then of course we have the arbitrary placement of objects, and that's all there is. So here I could place this here, not because then it's either it's in the floor, or cannot even place it in the floor, or it would be in the door. So if I place my auto-rotate key now, C in your case, I think, in my case it's R, then you will see it will only offer me these rotations. Or here, it will only offer me that rotation. So that's useful. Now we need the straight cable. And now I need... okay, what do I do now? Look at the tooltip. It would tell you merging requires wire cutters in other hands. So let's do that then. Okay, connected. All you really need is the curved cables and the straight cables and the wire cutter. Easy, huh? Okay, what's the next step? Well, the doors, they need power to operate. Where do we get power from? Now, that's actually a tricky thing. Let's look at the electrical supplies. And here we have the battery charger, which when you place a battery in there, you might think, well, if you connect this to the airlock, then power will be streaming out, but this thing is strictly a charger. The area power controller, though, that one has a battery. So let me just place that. Basically, let me just place that here. It's a wrong placement, I know. I want to demonstrate something. You can see here it is crowbar is required to open, so it doesn't tell us that with a screwdriver. With a screwdriver, then it tells us the hand drill is required to deconstruct. But it tells us some very important interaction tip. Here we have the output side, here we have the input side, and here we have the inner being. So if there's power coming here, and we have something connected here, then nothing would come out here unless we turn this on. And here we can place a battery, so if there's no power coming in here, this side will still get power. Though this will of course discharge the battery. And the battery will be charged up. So this thing is a cable network separator, a power switch, a battery charger, and a battery buffer. So that's the all-powerful area power controller, and we need to deconstruct it now. Why? Well, these doors need power. Where will they get that power? From the APC, of course. So we need the output side. So if I would place a cable here now, that would definitely cross-merge with this one. This placement is so very wrong, man. So where would I place it then? Here, here, here. Just think about where your power will be coming from then. And now I will show you some efficiency trick. I will place that here. You can rotate that with the aforementioned keys, and you can actually use your mouse wheel to rotate it too, but that's only choosing a different build variant, which is symmetrically mirrored, because this thing has some kind of up and down, which is only visual, but you know, they made it neat, the developers, so we can actually place it in a way that is pleasing to us. So we can see here, that's the input side. I can no longer see the output side. Oh, can I? Yeah. Well, I'm currently pointing at the disk slot. I didn't actually know this thing has a data disk slot. Really? Alright, I never used that one. So let's cable this up, and then you will see, and I will show you something more about the cabling. You have seen that these cables turned yellow before, yeah, from green. Green just means you can place it. Red means you cannot place it. Yellow means it is placed in a way that is electric flow-wise meaningful. Here, for example, it would connect to something, but you see also these two plus signs. So let's place that here. I will turn off the light, which makes it easier to see. I will use the Autorotate key, and then you will see I happen to point it at the box below the output connector, and the Autorotate key helps us here. So, the yellow plus sign and the green yellow sign. Why is it green? Because there's nothing here with which it can connect. But if I now place this, we see two yellow plus signs. If I place it accidentally here, nothing. So now if we had a battery in here, we would get power to the doors. So in this way you can logically work yourself towards through the things that you have to do. And that's how you should approach everything in life, basically. Ask what is your intention and what is the situation that I find myself in. And then you try to puzzle piece the next steps. You try to build the bridge in your mind, and you try to build the first steps of your bridge. I mean, this is duh, right? But if you see it this clearly, like I'm describing it right now, and using it this clearly as a concept, then you will see how surprisingly true it is, how much it applies, and how much applying this concept consciously will actually propel you forward. So, since we have power trouble, let's see what's happening here to this battery. We can see it's at 2%, and given that it's 3% already, given that it's a large battery, that's pretty good. So here we have a solar panel, and I want to place that, because the first thing I want to deal with now is power. I will place this on the roof. If I place it here on the airlock though, I would have to place any pump stuffs on the walls, because otherwise they would collide. I will do this now so we can see what that would be like. Solar panel flat. I can also use the mouse wheel to choose a different build variant, and there's another build variant to place it on the wall by just doing this. I could place it diagonally, but where will the sun go? I'm not sure. I think it would move that way. I'm not sure about that. So let's just place it like this. And then we need to continue building it, which the screwdriver would tell us again. Or some other tool is unfitting. Whenever you use an unfitting tool, you can see that the power is increasing. Why? Is this thing booting up? No. The sun is moving further into the cone of ideal power. And once it's far enough out, but still in the sky, you will see that the efficiency is 0%. I'm sorry. Is 0%. Yeah. Now we need to get that power to the area power controller, so we can use the area power controller to charge up the battery. I mean, I could have built the airlock also without an area power controller and just drive it with solar directly, but obviously that would lead to problems. Oh wait. Oh, okay, now I placed a cable here and I realize I don't want this. I want a curved cable. Then I can place the curved cable, no problem. But the straight cable is still there. It's a waste. I don't want this. What you can do is you can place a vertical cable here, which combines all of these, and then you can reach them, and now it's gone. If you don't see where the cable is going, just use three-dimensionality, like move around a bit or do this. Then you can see where it would be going, because the orientation doesn't change, you know? And they can place it. Okay, now we have power coming in, and since that's the solar panel is a bit bigger, let's keep this one running with that battery, and let's charge our own. Do I have another battery here? Yes, there is one. And I will now put that here, and then I will do something that you will do a lot in the beginning. You can see it's blue now because it's full. And that gets us to the next topic. And I will swap that into the spacesuit. Now let's imagine that it would be very empty. We come home from mining and we now need to replenish stuff. Now I swap my battery and oops, I dropped it. Where's the battery? I can't find it. I'm suffocating. My suit is not working, and so forth and so forth. So that's what I already said. You want to not swap in this direction, but you want to swap into the other direction, because even if they had implemented yet, which they haven't, that you can drag stuff from here into the world, then you would still have power and you would see that thing. So in other words, try to... by the way, is this powering the doors now? Yeah, the doors are powered now purely by solar power directly. But now you know why we need the battery buffer in here. Because what if the sun is out? Then you come home and you can't open the airlock. So you want to jack from here, always from here, to your life support. That swaps it, and this battery is now being charged. 21%, 22%, 23%, so it's charging up pretty quickly. Though the day is also pretty quick. Well, the solar panels in the game, there are later other ones that can actually be oriented with the wrench horizontally and vertically precisely towards the sun, and they have a connector for data, so you can tell the thing, rotate this in this way. And so in this way you can automatically follow the sun and get the most out of your solar day. Alright, now we have these doors which are currently consuming power for no reason, so let's turn that off. This one uses 10 watts, this one uses 10 watts. You can look that up in the Stationpedia. Why would you waste that power? By the way, this one also uses 10 watts when it is on. So power that comes in here will charge the battery, but the power that comes out here will basically be, I don't know, subtracted by 10 or something. We don't have voltage simulation here, we just have wattage, so which is unrealistic. So I cannot say this means la 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 la, I cannot say this means, because reality works differently. What I can say, we have something like an amount of energy flowing through these, and that's a meaningful way to think about it. Alright, so what's the next step in our endeavor to make an airlock? We want to be able to, well, either we want to evacuate this box, or we have these cables here, which speaks for power and also for data, for control, for logic. We need to open and close them. So let's put the logic in there. The console. I can place an IC10 microchip here with a housing or filtration unit or something, or I can also place it out here, it doesn't matter, as long as the cable goes in here, and program the airlock myself. That's what can be done. And that's advisable later in the game to get better and more efficient airlocks. But right now I can't do that. Yeah, battery is not quite full, is it? How much did this one charge? 10%. Currently I have this, which gives me a standard airlock, with an airlock chip. That's the one we want to use. Well, and I mean, everybody, even pros in quotation marks, would definitely put an area power controller in their airlock, because it is the only battery-based power that we can have in our stations. The area power controller. There's no other thing that has a battery that supplies power. And so when you come home and your airlock is without power for whatever reason, you can swap in your battery. You can swap these two batteries, and then you will have no power in here, but you will have power here. You can go into your airlock, you are in your station, you can swap the battery back, and you're fine. So it is very important that we have some power supply in the airlock. It must be in the airlock. This is not just about power supply, this is also about where that is, and that we can have a battery swap here. Because imagine, we cannot get into the station. What do you want to do? Use the crowbar? The air inside might blow you away before you can get in there. Some things lying on the floor will blow out the station. Your plants will die. Your precious atmosphere will be gone. You will have to rebuild that. Maybe the outdoor atmosphere is poisonous, will get in there and so forth. You don't want that. You need a working airlock. So you need the area power controller. Okay, where do I place the logic? Well, I can place it here, for example, and connect it to that cable. But you know what that would mean? I'm sorry. This would mean that this is connected to this cable network. And this cable network, well, you know what? Let's use the cable network analyzer, now that it's suddenly useful. Yeah. When I point at this cable, we can see it shows us area power control and solar panel angled. It is showing us that the area power controller is currently open and that it is unpowered. Currently we are not consuming any power. And why is saying required 1 kilowatts? Because this one charges at 1000 watts speed. The small one charges 400 watts speed per battery. The big battery charger charges 500 watts. So let's turn this thing on and look again. Now we see area power control is on, unpowered, and we see it's requiring 1.2 kilowatts because, well, it uses 10 watts. We also have these 2 doors here. Actually, shouldn't it be more than? I'm not sure. Shouldn't it be 1.03? Anyway, so it's showing us these 2 devices which are connected to this cable network. Now if I turn that off again to save power, if I point here, then we see the APC and we see the 2 doors. Which, by the way, I can name. So let's do that. Music change. Sorry if that's a bit annoying sometimes. I don't wake up to the perception of music often enough because I'm so busy explaining stuff, right? Alright, so here we have a door and I will call that Airlock. And now I can just use the crowbar to close the door. And then we see it is saying Airlock. Now isn't that smooth? And these doors also have some nice light up there, which I should also show you. Let's turn that on. Turn off the light. That's a nice mood, isn't it? A nice moody light. Anyway, so why am I currently dying? By the way, if I power this, then I cannot use the crowbar because the airlock is, the door is now powered. So you might think, okay, not a problem, just push the button. Yeah, but there might be some situations where the door is locked and powered. Then you cannot open it, period. That's a possibility. What's happening now is you can see my health is counting down from 100 to 87 and further because I need to drink something. You can see that up here also, hydration low. And there's also mood. Let's ignore the mood because that mechanism is pretty much it's a pretty much crappy implementation of a nice idea. It's half-hearted, you know. They are, in my opinion, they're trying to do right by multiple people at the same time, by multiple perspectives, which in this particular instance is not possible. They need to make it relevant, or they need to keep it irrelevant. But the mood currently is just fluff. It has very little effect. It makes you walk very, very slightly more slowly, which you will not notice. And I think it also affects how much food you can basically store within yourself. Look here. These bars have 3 stars quality. If I just eat baked potatoes, there's 2 stars quality. I think if the potatoes are not baked, then it's 1 star, and I think 1 star is the minimum. And the lower this level here is, the lower is the maximum that I can take in. Here is 125, and here is 100%. Oh, wait, oh, I can still drink some more. Yeah, 125. I don't know why this shouldn't this also at 125? I don't know. You can see my health is counting up again. If I have more stars here, then the max amount that I can take in is higher. Alright, so now we have power in the area power controller, and now we need to place the logic. Where is that? Or did I want to explain something else still? No, we have looked at the cable networks now. If I would now place the area power controller here, then its logic access would not reach these devices. They are not on that network. There are ways, of course, when you are dealing with this, to make that happen. You can use a logic mirror or some other tricks to get a device here, at least logic-wise, visible from another network. But in principle, you should say this network has this purpose, that network has that purpose, and so that's how I could connect my devices accordingly. Therefore, this now needs to be connected to this network. And we can see there are different build variants to this guy. The one with only 1 connector. And well, let me tell you, every device has data, and most devices also have power. And for many devices, the data and power connector is combined, like it is here. I wonder if it says that here even. Ah yeah, provides power connection, provides data connection. But there's also, at least for this guy, a build variant, and also for the goat solar panels, where you can choose whether it's combined or whether it's separate. Here we have power separate from logic. In this case, this is completely irrelevant, and you would normally not do that. Though I could just power this guy basically with a solar panel, and the data would be connected to the airlock, but that would be redonkulous. And then we have this guy, which is just a diagonal one with the data and power combined. So let's take the very basic one and connect it down here. That will be my airlock. And let's place the cables. And if there would be a wall in front of this guy now, I could still place the cables correctly. Let me just even demonstrate that. Let's go. I mean, apparently this playthrough is really, really detailed. I mean, they're different. I never know where my personal flow ends up being when I do these. This one is really, really detailed. So let's go all out and show this example then. Oh, whoops, I accidentally did this. That's something you have to keep in mind when you deal with lockers or with crates, because sometimes you will swap something, you will take something out, and this will accidentally put a thing away also. You will swap them, and then then you will wonder, where is that thing? I accidentally put it away. Yeah, probably in a locker, or maybe in a crate. Where is the wire cutter? Did I place that too? Ah, there it is. You should basically never leave your tools lying around. So now we have a wall that's in front of these, yet I can still see that there's a cable here because of the yellow connectors, and I can still place them also. the auto-rotate is a bit underdeveloped. It could actually give me some meaningful rotation here, I think, which would be this rotation. See, now it's connected. And if I want to get rid of this, I can do this trick. Be careful though, what if, I mean, that cable might be connected to something else, so don't just say, hey, you said do this, then click, and now it's not working, Anyway, never hate me. Not a good thing. If you hate me, you hate yourself. You will find out this to be surprisingly true. Okay, so now if we have this thing, which can control the airlock, but it doesn't have a circuit board in it, obviously we need to put this thing in there. Now it's done, haha! No, it's not yet done. Because it's not yet fully constructed, what do we need? Well, what does it look like, man? You need to put glass on there. Which I, for whatever reason, tossed away. Oh yeah, that's actually the thing that I accidentally put away. So you can see I made a station here with my starter gear 5x6 and the platform, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, and that's a bit overbuilding. You should 5x5 is fine. 5x6, I mean, this is all the resources I have left. I will also need more stuff later, and then I will be in trouble. But I will show you how to deal with that. Okay, now this thing is built, right? Well, it's saying here it's currently flashing an error. Oh, right, it's not turned on. And that is because it has not yet been configured. Here's the data disk slot, which you can see has some... can we zoom in here? Some kind of hover area. So even though if you build it in a very awkward place, you can usually place the data disk. So let's place the data disk. I will place it in there, and then we will see that we have the configuration situation. If I take this out, then that's the use situation, but it's currently erroneous. So now it expects me to click something in here. Or I can use these, but obviously the list is too short, and this one is, I think, useless. Maybe I will test this later. I don't know if this does anything. I mean, if it's actually properly implemented. Obviously it's a search. Okay, now I can click this or I click that. Is it charging? No, the efficiency is 0% even though it is exposed to the sun. Yeah. The cone is relatively narrow. What does it expect me to do now? I can click this and then this, I can click that, yeah. But that's not the way you need to think about this. You have to observe. If I click here, something changes. This one does no longer say exterior, because what you're currently doing is, once again, you are expressing intent. What is your will? You're trying to tell this thing what your exterior door is. Is this my exterior door? No, this is the door that I named Airlock, and this is obviously the interior door. But even if I hadn't named the door, I could still just click here and see that this one is still green, this one is not. It's currently locked, because the logic thing here will take control, and so we'll lock that. So even if they're named the same, you can just easily navigate around that. So this is the outer door, this is the inner door, done. No, this thing needs to pump air, and it also needs to know when this box is actually empty. So what we need now is something you have already seen. I will turn this off because it consumes 50 watts. Well, let's just turn this off, which does the same. 50 watts, that's quite a lot. You have already seen there's a kit sensors here. So let's take that then. We need to, or we could take the pump, but the pump makes things more complicated because we also need pipes and such. So let's take the less complicated stuff. And see, I think I'm easing you into this pretty conveniently, except I'm talking a lot. I mean, I'm explaining a lot of things to you. So even though this video is so ridiculously long, you might actually have to watch it a second time. How egoistic am I? Grow the channel! No, I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that in any of my videos. So, because it's stupid. I mean, are people too stupid to use YouTube? I remember that I have been reminded by such a statement. Oh, you're right, I haven't yet upvoted. But what the fuck, am I your upvote slave? Let me decide that myself. Don't piss me off, don't get on my nerves. So, here's the gas sensor, that's the thing you need to place. Here we have the occupancy sensor, which would detect whether the room that you're in has a human, or 2, or 3, or 5, or a robot, a player. You can also play as a robot if you have downloaded the DLC, which costs like 10 euros or so. Of course, I have that, and I recommend it. It's fun. But what's more fun even is the other species that you can download and play, the Zrillion, which breathes a different gas composition, and the stuff that ultimately gathers in your waste tank is rocket fuel. And you still eat the same stuff, so you have to have a room in here where your plants can grow, but you cannot breathe in there, so you have to protect the plants from yourself. So it makes the game harder. You might think, oh my god, more hard? Do you not see the depth of this game? How long you might be busy with this? You can choose an easier or harder world, an easier or harder approach. Yeah, cheesier is possible too, because you can still do this. Shouldn't. Yeah, so it's good that we have all these options, and these options also to make things more complex and harder. How about this guy? Has it changed temperature? 20 degrees still. Even though... Oh, by the way, you can see something here. You can see it is convecting away, touching away thermal energy. A few millijoules. And it is radiating negative 116 millijoules. What does that mean? That means a bomb is being built here. That's what that means. Why? Because it means a negative value here in Stationeers means the object that you're looking at is not warming things up, it's not losing thermal energy, it is gaining thermal energy. So it's not convecting away 84 millijoules, it's being irradiated by the sun or by the surrounding environment, because that's a thing too. Yes, that does happen. You don't need the sun for that, by minus 160. So it's gaining 160 millijoules. So it's getting warmer. Overall, it is getting warmer. Something to keep in mind. Safe. Okay. Next thing then would be the placement of the gas sensor, but I want to tell you I wanted to show you the rooms. Because now if you look here, you see this is room 64. It's just some arbitrary number assigned by the game. Here we have world. And here we have room 65. As soon as you have the walls up, even if they're not closed yet, they will count as a room. If I remove the glass here and also the iron sheet, that will still be a room. But if I use then the angle grinder to also remove the object itself, then this will not be a closed room, and this will count as world. So this room that I'm in, I am now an occupant of that room. So the occupancy sensor in this corner would detect me even if I'm over here. So if I enter the room, the lights could turn on, for example. So that's the occupancy sensor. Then we have the motion sensor, which is quasi the same thing, but it detects whether a person is in that particular box, no matter independent of the room. In other words, it indeed actually works here, placed on the wall. If I walk past, it will detect that I'm occupying. If I'm moving, that I'm here, even if I'm not walking. If I'm here, it will not detect me because I'm in a different world box. And what I've detected recently, and also reported as a bug, because I think it is one, this also detects objects. So if I have an automatic door implemented via these things, then if I toss some cables on the ground, the door will open. Then we have the proximity sensor, which also detects people, and it can you can select a dial or program this with logic. This is the same thing for your distance. So if I'm this far away, it will not fire, but if I'm this far away, it will say activated, and then you can use this, for example, to turn all your station lights off if you're going mining. Or also maybe for if you're getting close to an object, for like the computer, which uses 200 watts, you want to turn that on and off automatically, or use a motion sensor for that, whatever. Then we have the daylight sensor, which will become important later to control the airlocks, not the airlocks, the solar panels. And here we can see the solar angle 70 degrees and the vertical solar angle 70 degrees. The solar angle only exists for historical reasons. The game has grown. At some point we needed that separate, and so they let the vertical angle, which was the default angle be in there as the solar angle. They didn't remove that. I think they could remove that by now, really. And you can program this thing actually to switch the horizontal angle to show at the solar angle, I believe. Let's look up the daylight sensor. Yeah, it has a mode, default, that's vertical, and you can explicitly say show me the horizontal or vertical value there, but it's irrelevant, you don't need that. Just ask for the horizontal or vertical value. The horizontal angle you can see is 124 degrees. What happens if I place this thing differently? Oh, that was an unfortunate moment. Then it's showing us a different number. So the vertical number is the same still, but the horizontal is different. So the placement of the solar panel matters, though I personally never care. I just adjust this then with mathematics in my programming. Oh, the battery is full, great. How full is the battery that we have been charging with this guy? 19%. Not much. So, maybe you have noticed that some batteries were actually green, even though I hadn't used them yet. As in, they were no longer blue. As in, they were very full, but not actually full. Why? Because they were exposed to a cold environment. Because that too slowly discharges batteries. So that's the solar sensor, the daylight sensor, which can also be used to find out whether daylight is hitting this grid. Because I could say, hey, when it's day, then I want to turn off my indoor lights, although I keep them on usually because of the stupid lighting stationeers. The stupid shadows, the lighting is rather beautiful. But what if I want to keep the lights on when the sun is low, depending on shadow? Then I can say, well, if there's no light falling in this particular light box, in this particular grid, then detect that, and you know, that's what the daylight sensor can also do. Motion sensor, gas sensor, occupancy or proximity daylight sensor. Yeah, that's all of them. So now the gas sensor, it doesn't matter where you place it, the box is the box. The atmosphere logic, the atmosphere data of this box is the atmosphere data of that box. All those nice streaming fancy things are just to give you a better feeling. Ultimately, it's really just box-wise, but you don't need to know that really. So it doesn't matter where I place this, but if I have a bigger airlock box, then I should place two gas sensors, because the goal is to evacuate the airlock, and if this box is empty, but this box is not, then yeah. What you could do is, you could place the gas sensor here, if the airlock would expand to here, and could have the gas pump here, because it would keep, the airlock, the pump would evacuate this to vacuum, but some gas from here would then stream over, and so the gas sensor here would tell the airlock to keep pumping, even though here we already have vacuum. See, it matters where you place that sensor. But anyway, as a beginner, you will place you will make a 1x1 airlock. And where do you place that thing? On this cable network? No, obviously not. But I think I want to place it differently. Let me think. Because I would like to place a battery charger here also later, and that would be here in that place. So I will just put the thing here, or maybe even here. Let's cable this guy up. Connected. So this means that if I do this now, yeah, now I can also select the gas sensor. And there's no magic to it, it's just selected, period. If I have multiple gas sensors, I can actually select all of them, so you can make bigger airlocks with this simple device. But it's still erroneous. Why? Well, it can't pump the airlock empty, there's no pump yet. So let's give it a pump, and that's the active vent from the airlock supplies. Where do I place this? The ceiling is currently occupied, but I can place it on the wall. But where would I place it? Well, you have to realize this thing has a connector down here, where the mouse is, for power and data combined. If it's only one connector, it's power data combined, and a big one for pipes. So I can connect a pipe to this thing. But where should that pipe lead? Well, it just has to be a pipe. It's a pipe, it's open. No, in Stationeers every pipe is closed, which means that if you deconstruct one pipe of a longer line of pipes, then you would suddenly have in the middle, if I place a pipe here and here and here and here, and deconstruct the middle pipe, then you will suddenly have two pipe volumes here, which are separate and have a different pipe network ID. And they will not stream out their gas. They will be closed. So that's very convenient. In other words, I will need also a place to vent the gas, actually, and that's the vent, the passive vent, which, by the way, comes in 3 build variants. This is the one that we will need, the basic passive vent, which is just basically an open pipe. Then we have the pass-through vent, which can be useful if you're in an emergency situation of overpressure in your station. Then you can just run to your airlock and deconstruct the one that you have there, and then slap this thing on the wall, so use the mouse wheel,
Power low.
and use the pass-through so that the overpressure can escape into space, for example. And then we have this one, which is like the one that we actually need, but you can also use this lever that you can see there to open and close it. Otherwise it's completely identical. That's not useful for our airlock though. So actually it could be. You know what, I'm gonna place that one so I can demonstrate some stuff. I have to think though, what volume does it have? The passive vent has a volume of 100 liters. The volume that I'm standing in, each vault box, has a volume of 8,000 liters. I know I'm going very much into the details. Most of what I'm telling you here you can forget. I think I will tell you do this, do that, okay? Follow that. I mean, not to the letter, but kinda like that. But I will also tell you all the branching related stuff, so you gain lots of knowledge. And you see how deep this game is also. And we can see here we have a volume of 7,093. That is because... Actually, why is that? I don't know. Maybe it's because there's some walls in here? Anyway, it should be 8,000 liters. In here we have... Actually, what is this? Oh. Dude? This is wrong. We should have 8,000 liters volume in here. That's incredible. I don't know why that is. I'm trying to take a screenshot here where I see multiple walls, but it's basically not possible. They have to wait for the day. Anyway, 8,000 liters. Let me just levitate out here. 8,000 liters. Yeah, unimpeded by terrain, for example. The terrain can take something away. 4,000 liters, 5,000, because it's an invisible world box grid. Why 8,000 liters? Because this box is 2 meters. 2 meters. 2 meters by 2 meters is 4 square meters. By 2 meters is 8 cubic meters. 1 cubic decimeter, like 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters, is 1 liter. So 10 by 10 by 10 cubic decimeters are not 1 liter, but they are 1,000 liters, and so we get 8,000 liters. Anyway, so we have 8,000 liters here and only 100 liters for that thing, so that it would be 80 times the amount of gas that I would have to squeeze into that same container. Where is it? Here's it. Here it is. If I close this now, you know, if I want to indeed... I mean, you don't do that. I just want to demonstrate things to you. You wouldn't use the closable variant for this, but this one instead. 100 liters. So if I have a pressure here of, let's say, 100 kilopascals from my station, that would become 80 times that pressure. 10 times that is 1,000. 8 times that is 8,000. So the pressure in here would be 8,000 kilopascals. How much pressure can these take? Actually, that's a good question. Let's see. This is the structure and is constructed from the kit. Yeah, I didn't fully explain that yet. You have the kits from which you build the structures, and the structures are the things in the world. And when I now click here, you can see what build stages we have. Just place it down. But other things like the walls have multiple build stages. You can see here what they are. So kit passive vent, I can click here, and then it will be here at the thing that I'm currently holding in my hand. And I scroll down, I can see the things that I can build from this. And from here, I can browse there. So we have the kits, and we have the structures. Here we have this structure, volume 100 liters, max pressure 60 megapascals, just like the pipes. So that is 600 times the pressure that you have normally set in your spacesuit. 100 times 10, 100 times 100 is 10,000. 10,000 is 1 kilo, but since we are already at kilo, it is mega. So 100 kilopascals times 600 is 60 megapascals is, yeah, 10,000 times 6 is 60,000. 100 times 100 is 10,000. So yeah, kilopascals, megapascals. Anyway, this is 60,000 kilopascals. The pipes can also hold that pressure, and then it would start to be destroyed. So 8,000 kilopascals was what I would just expect to put in there, maybe. So let's do that then. Do I need to place it here? No, I need to suck the airlock empty. I need to suck that to the other side. So let's place it here then. And now a little trick that you need to know. The first of all, the Autorotate key is very useful when it comes to these things, because this counts as valid placement. We have seen that it was yellow. This thing is like a pipe, and pipes and cables and so forth, they can be connected, what am I saying, cables? Pipes can be connected directly to things like these. This is a device. It doesn't have a volume by itself, it just does stuff. It takes the atmosphere from the room, puts it into a pipe. Or it takes the atmosphere from the pipe, puts it into the room, but itself doesn't contain anything. It's just a machine. You will also have pumps later that you put into pipes, and these will also not have a volume inside. They will just transport stuff from A to B, and those are devices. This though is not a device, this is a pipe. You can connect pipes to devices directly, but you cannot connect devices to devices directly. I can, for example, not connect an active vent like this one directly to this one. This will then show me, I don't know, red or whatever. I'm not sure if that's properly implemented. You would have to put a pipe in between. You will stumble over this at some point. Now you know that this is a thing. We are at day 6 already, so soon we're going to have a storm, and I don't even have an airlock yet. That's ridiculous. Sorry. Okay, now we have everything that we need to assign the airlock. Active vent, and now it is closing, evacuating the airlock, and what it's trying to do now is trying to repressurize this room, which now currently has no pressure whatsoever, or almost no pressure, and is trying to repressurize to the default value of 100 kilopascals, because that is what this basic airlock board does. You later will have an advanced one where you can, and actually have to, assign 2 active vents, and then you can actually properly separate the 2 atmospheres. Currently, we cannot do that. Currently, we can only we can only save our station, our valuable station gas. It will be pumped in there, and then the outer door opens and mass atmosphere streams in there. And if later we go inside, it will just close the door, try to repressurize from indoors, and then open this door. So will always be some basically slightly polluted mass atmosphere and cold mass atmosphere coming into our station. That cannot be avoided, except if you print the advanced airlock chip, for which you need the electronics printer, which you can make with the Autolathe, which we already have, but I haven't put that up yet, and I need ingots for that, and for that I need the arc furnace, which I have, but I haven't put that up yet, and for that I need the ore, which I haven't yet mined, and so forth. So that's the logic chain that we're confronted with here. So if that is out there, then we can control this, and I can cancel the repressurization which was taking place. Now we have the station atmosphere, which was nothing. It's actually minus 24 degrees, so that's actually not wise. Currently out there is getting warm. We should, if at all, start with day atmosphere. But you know, one thing you could also do... by the way, is this closed? Yeah, it's closed. So no wonder it couldn't even repressurize. The default state is closed. I could now detach the active vent and say I want to set that to inward. Now it is now it is sucking. No, wait. Okay, this button is telling us once again what will happen. If I click here, this will set that to inward. This is not English past tense, this is intention, this is present tense. I will set that to inward, and inward is not related to rooms, because, I mean, the game obviously doesn't know where you will place this. This means it pumps into the pipe, and now it will suck. And now I'm sucking from the room here some, let's also unassign the doors, and I will open the outer door. And what I'm doing now is I'm building up pressure in this thing. We have 100 kilopascals and this... Wait, oh, I need to close it, obviously. 200, 300, 400, 500. Now this active vent is pumping gas into this thing. And if I don't stop it at some point, this will explode? No. You need to know something about these guys. You can see here the tooltip is saying the external safety is set to 0 kilopascals, the internal safety is set to 50 megapascals. Let me turn that off, still the same. Let me flip the value here so that we set it to outward, so it would pump from the pipe system to the world. Now when we look, it's saying set the external safety is 100 kilopascals, the internal safety is 0 pascals. What does this mean? It's something that even I often stumble across, and then, oh right, I have to set this value. What happens is, currently, if I would turn this thing on, which I don't, because I don't want to lose my gas here, then it would suck this down to even 0 pascals, because the internal, as in pipe network, safety is 0 pascals. There's no protection. So this is a back pressure regulator. It protects the pressure on the back side, on the side from which we are sucking. And the external safety, that's the room. So no matter how high the pressure would be in the pipe network, the room would never be pumped to a level higher than 101 kilopascals by this device. Of course, the room could have a higher pressure already, then this thing will just not pump anything, and that's actually the thing that I just mentioned that even experienced players would stumble across sometimes. So let's flip this around. What is this then? Now the external safety is 0 pascals, so it would suck the room empty to 0, which is pretty useful when it comes to airlocks. And now this is a back pressure regulator. So the the pipe, this the direction from which it is sucking, that's the back pressure regulator side. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, you just have to understand what these numbers mean. Here it means if it is pumping into the thing, internally it will not reach a pressure that is higher than 50 megapascals. In other words, this 60 megapascal thing might start to groan, but it will not die. Okay, and now we are being confronted with the phenomenon of phase change. There is liquid in the pipe. And if you look here, I will turn this on again so we are sucking more into this thing. Damn. Remember, high sound, pumping in. Low sound, pumping out. High sound, sucking in. And remember what the buttons mean. You can see this pipe network has once again some arbitrary number that the game assigned, and if we keep doing this, and I keep doing this, now you see suddenly we no longer have just pollutant gas in there, but pollutant with the droplets here, as if there's some condensation going on, which there is, and then we're getting liquid pollutant in here because the pressure is so high, because that's what the phase change diagram for this type of gas looks like. And the pressure is increasing, the stress is increasing and increasing, because gas pipes, like this one effectively is, they're not made for liquids. They are liquid pipes and they are gas pipes. You might ask, why is there this arbitrary seeming distinction? Well, one, for game balancing and for making it more interesting. But otherwise also, 60 megapascals is extremely high pressure. And so 60 megapascals as your default for any and all pipe networks. Let's give the player another downside, then let's make sure that you can only keep a little bit of gas, liquids in there, otherwise the thing will break. Water pipes, liquid pipes, they can take gas and liquid. It doesn't matter to them. But their maximum pressure is not 60 megapascals, so not 600 times Earth sea level pressure and astronaut suit pressure, but only 60 times, 1/10. 6 megapascals. At some point this will become yellow and then red, but as long as I don't reach 100%, I think we should not see any actual damage. So let's take a look at the phase change diagram of pollutant. There is the gas, and let's look here. Now we see we can toggle between using Celsius and Kelvin. Kelvin and Celsius are basically the same, as in the degrees, so to speak, are equidistant. Like 1 is 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, same distance in the case of Kelvin and Celsius. Kelvin is a real-world unit, just like Celsius is, and Kelvin starts at absolute zero when there's no molecular motion and atomic motion going on, when everything is completely still. When gases become a Bose-Einstein condensates because they have no reason not to, because that's the reason they are separate, the thermal energy and so forth. So we can see here at this and this Kelvin, blah blah blah. But if we turn to Celsius, that's more easy to understand than for us, I guess. Here at 0 degrees, which we're kind of at, if the pressure is high enough, this stuff will become liquid. Vertical axis is the pressure. You can see the vertical axis down here. We have very low... Oh right, this is not showing the mouse position, it's showing the crosshair position. Here we are at 6 kilopascals, which is very low. It's lower than your breathing apparatus pressure, basically. Here we are at 3 megapascals, which is like... or here, it starts at 20, so that's 200 times your normal... wait, 20 times? Yeah, that's 20 times your normal breathing pressure. And up here, then, if it's hot enough, then it will stay a gas, period. And up here means 150 Celsius. So from minus 100 to plus 150, you have to worry about it becoming liquid. And down here, you have to worry about it becoming a solid. What happens if a gas becomes a solid in a gas pipe? The gas pipe dies, man. It breaks. Now we have 26 megapascals in there. Why did I do this?
Power critical.
To show you something. Let's say we reinstate the airlock. This, and this, and that. Now it's trying to repressurize this room to 100 kilopascals, and you can see that it's doing that, and it's very fast. Because the pressure here in the pipe network was high enough. Now the liquid is, for whatever reason, still in there. We can, I can open this. You know, what's happening is, now we go outside again. Now it will suck from this room to save the precious atmosphere, and will suck that into that pipe again. Now we're going indoors again. I can use a key to close all inventories. Evacuate. No, it's not evacuating, it's just pumping into this room. From this reservoir, whose pressure keeps decreasing and decreasing and decreasing. Why? Because the gas that is being pumped in there is certainly much less than the gas that we're taking out of it. Hey, we have pressure in here. But the partial pressure of O2 is very low. And if I would pump the gas from the atmosphere out there into the room here to a degree that we actually have enough O2 partial pressure, that would make the walls blow out. That would be way too high. Okay, now we have learned something. You can, we have liquids to deal with. We have pressure that can turn stuff into liquids. So if the pressure is low enough, it becomes gas again, and so forth and so on. And so I will exchange this guy now. Oops. We'll exchange this guy now for a normal one, because I have no reason for it to be this. Passive vent. There we go. So do I want to turn this into a room in which I can actually breathe? Yeah, because now we have mastered the art of having a room in which you can breathe, except there's no gas in there yet. Now here's the trick. You could either look at this thing behind this wall, look at this thing, go there, up there, and point at the gauge of that thing, and right next to it there's a dial that you can open. And if I turn that to like 20, it will C2, that is the surrounding environment, will reach 20 or more kilopascals, and it will stop pumping precious pure oxygen from there into the room. So that is basically a pump, so to speak. It's a pressure regulator. It makes sure the pressure in the surrounding environment reaches a certain value, and then it will stop. but this stuff is too valuable. I can currently just drag my oxygen canister in there and get that. If I would refill that, I would do that. I would have to use some infrastructure to make sure what's going in there is only oxygen. Else, I would, like I have explained, have to contend with other gases in here too. By the way, you can see here the filters are slowly being used up. So you don't want to do that. What you can do though, on worlds that are cold enough like this one, you can mine for oxite. Let's do that. Let's first see if I have a tracker cartridge. I don't. Oh, so I want to definitely take that with me. Cancel the repressurization cycle, turn off. So that makes the simple airlock really annoying, because the airlock works fine even when you have turned the device off. I don't know if that's a cheat or if that's intended. Oh no, that's not the one we need. That's the one. Okay, home sweet home. By the way, soon there will be a storm, and if I had a weather station already, it would tell me possibly that it's already approaching. So yeah, we might actually have trouble finding our station later. In other words, let's also remember the coordinates. I will be as so cheaty as to write them down with a screenshot. Now I've done that. Oh, power. And then we drag from here to... let's actually put this dude over here. I know the screen's a bit crowded. Is this how you play normally? I don't. Normally I would... Normally I would use this other scale of user interface that I had at the beginning. Yeah, this was just timing, it had nothing to do with the battery change. I just changed the battery too late. And now let's hide all of this and look around for oxide. F2 hides the user interface, F1 opens the help, F3 opens the console, F5 saves the game. Coal. Do we need coal? Not currently, but not immediately, but yeah, coal is very useful, because if you don't have enough power, we landed with, which I already showed you quickly, the solid fuel generator, which burns coal. So having some coal is useful. Now I'm trying to find where's the rest of the coal. There's usually more stuff around. And I think it's down here. It's not? Was there really just one coal? What you could do in such situations is leave that coal up there and first dig down so that you still have some kind of beacon there which tells you here is still some stuff for you to mine. But apparently I'm in this very exceptional situation that I cannot remember ever having been in on the new terrain system ever, that there was really just one coal, period. That's wild, man. Normally you should mine during the day, because then you can see this stuff from far away. By the way, far away, let me talk about the video settings. When you set your video settings, the first thing you should do is you should go here to video, set your resolution, of course. The refresh rate doesn't matter, because you will probably activate VSync, right? I don't know if the refresh rate actually works, I'm sorry. I always use VSync. Then you set your quality to fantastic, because I don't know if this would possibly also affect some hidden settings. And afterwards you go here to advanced, and then you tamper with these. Let's talk about all of these for a moment. But first I will clean my nose, and you don't need to witness that at all, because I have a pause button. So about the render quality. This setting here is the one that has the greatest impact on rendering, particularly in combination with shadows. So let's say you could crank everything up to extreme. Extreme, render distance extreme, which actually works very well for me. I have an RTX 3070, that's a good car, but it's not really, it's not really up to date, so I think render distance extreme is fine. Terrain detail high also didn't do anything for me frame rate wise. And if you want to measure your frame rate, you can go here and turn on the FPS at the right top. You can see that, except once you have reached basically the frame rate that you want for your the render speed that you need for your intended frame rate, which in my case is 60, stupidly the duration per frame up here will no longer update, so it will not go down to 14, 13 or whatever. I already reported the bug, but it wasn't fixed yet. Anyway, So I didn't notice any change there for terrain detail high. Mineable render distance is high. Shadows, well, I observed a significant difference between disabled and low, but everything else did basically not make a difference, so I just went to extreme. However, the combination between terrain tessellation extreme and shadows extreme, that will certainly be painful. If the shadows are lower but terrain tessellation is extreme, that will have less of an impact, but the main impact really is here. What is terrain tessellation? Well, if you look here on the screen, we have a certain geometry, and these little tiny details of shape, they are in part just made up based upon some system. And the higher you set this, the more this will be employed, and will thus cause more physical triangles to be rendered and more work for the graphics card to create shapes with, and then also to calculate shadows. And I have measured extreme to high, that's a good difference. High to medium, that's still a good difference. Medium to low, that doesn't make any difference really when it comes to performance, but it's really the sweet spot. So in this case, I would recommend go for medium here and crank everything else up to the maximum, including the pixel light count. Then you get a good render rate. So if you have bad render, look at terrain tessellation. That's really the bad one. That's the first one to tackle. So let's find some oxide then. Now I have to get back into the flow because I took a break of like almost an hour, unintendedly. So coal is something we want. What we also want is iron, gold and copper. And well, definitely oxide, because the first goal here was to get some atmosphere in the station so that I could just open the helmet there and breathe. So the upper soil of most worlds looks kind of like this. I mean, maybe differently, but then you dig a little and then you get to the actual material of the soil, and there you will find colorization. This is the normal color. For Mars it seems to be black, and if there's some ore nearby, depending on what ore that is, you will get to see the respective color. That is not near the surface, only once you get down to the meat. So this drill is relatively slow, and you can tell it's also relatively loud. The other drills have the same volume, but they are faster. And stupidly now I forgot the mining charges. Now I have 3 full stacks of coal. I'm not going to go further into this. Okay, we came from this direction, obviously. I need to find oxide. Oxide is a gas, and gases are very... Oh, going down here. I don't necessarily want to fight against the mountain when I go back. They look very ice-like, because that's what they are, but there are various ices. One is frozen water, which has some nitrogen in it. Oh, gold! I need gold. So if you then get gas, if you get water ice by mining here, by mining ore, then you will also get some nitrogen into the station, which is fine, just needs to be considered. Similar, when you mine oxide here, which I will now if I find it, you will also get nitrogen again, because it's 10% I believe in both cases. The rest is water, or respectively oxygen. And there's also nitrize, which has, I believe, nitrogen and N2O in it. There are more ices in this game, but they are not to be found out here by mining. That would be, for example, well, frozen water ice. And that's pure then. There's really nothing in there but pure water. But that's not something you find out here. Mining is one of the most annoying things in the game, which it takes a long time and is loud, and you cannot go to your nice engineering, what you actually want to do, but it needs to be done. The heavy mining drill is much faster than this one, almost like you're running through butter here, so it's really, really fast. And again, you can get the glasses with the respective chip so that you can see through the soil, and if you need some gold, then you will just dive into the ground and mine that stuff and so forth, you know. But there's more. You have there are 3 more other means to mine. 4 more actually, I think. There's a robot that you can program. I've never done that, and suppose it still has some problems falling into holes and not being able to return home. And I'm not sure if it can mine, but I think it can. There is some kind of mining station that you can place, and it will dig down a wide shaft down to bedrock, and then it will just stop running and will just store all the stuff that it has found. And supposedly all the things that you would have found there yourself, it will also find, but when it finds them, it will get more out of it, is what I heard. I'm not sure if that's true because I didn't verify that. Oh, the day is coming. Very good. And then you can dismantle that and place that somewhere else, which I've done once. It's not, in my opinion, it's not worth it. Then there is the ogre. Oh, iron, that is wanted. Man, I don't have any space in my inventory. So the thing I set out to do, I cannot do now. Let's return home and prepare for a proper mining run. But okay, I can do this also. So I have one more slot because iron is definitely needed. And iron is very yields a lot normally. Gold not so much. So digging a little bit of iron increases your stack size faster. I think we should find the station just by looking up here. Ah, there it is. There is the lander. Oh, some cobalt. Yep. That there is cobalt. Yep. Maybe we should take a look at the ores for a moment. Charcoal is produced by, well, it's a product. I currently don't remember exactly how to produce it. I think it is done by taking biomass, shoving that into a shredder, which then in turn you shove the result, some brown ball, into a centrifuge, and then, I think then you get biomass. Yeah, I don't know, I'm not sure. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, of course. You shove, for example, potatoes into a shredder, or you just take biomass as it is. The shredder result goes into a centrifuge. Then you have biomass. Biomass you also get by stuff just deteriorating. Anyway, the biomass you shove, for example, in the arc furnace, which will produce volatile gas, which is dangerous because it could be set on fire. So you need to make sure that there's no oxygen around, because the arc furnace certainly is a fiery thing. And it will produce lots of charcoal, but you don't need charcoal so much. That is used for the device that cleans water, but you can just evaporate it. Dirty ore is from mining with rockets, which I haven't done yet. This grey dirty ore. This dirty ore is what you get from the deep miners, and you have to shove that through a centrifuge, and then you will get to see what is it even. Is it gold, silver, and so forth, all that other stuff. This we have already mined, that you can burn in the solid fuel generator, and you can also combine that with iron to make steel, which we will do soon, because that's definitely needed. Cobalt is for more advanced ingots, alloys, and also to make the pill in case you need another one. But there's another way to heal yourself. You can also make the cryo tube, which doesn't have to be set up for cryogenics actually, just needs to be runnable, and then you enter there, go unconscious, and this will heal you, but you can still exit it by pressing Q or whatever. This will all be shown on screen, I'm just giving you a preview. Copper you will need tons and tons of for all the things that you will print, the cables, the electronics and so forth. Ore is very much needed. Gold is also very much needed and is more rare, so if you're in doubt when you're finding both of these, pick these, any of these, gold or copper. I mean, depends on what you're low on, I guess. You can print some mining backpacks and spray paint them, for example, yellow for gold, and then you find them in your locker, and then you take a look before you go mining, and you see, oh, my gold is actually rather empty. Then you take that mining backpack with you, so you already have not just the storage for it, but also some reminder as to what you need to mine, and a storage for the stuff that you will mine. So that's a good approach, I think. Iron needed tons of, also for all kinds of stuff, for example for steel. Lead is needed, for example, to make solder together with iron, and solder is needed for many electronics stuff, for example the programming that we will also get into if I don't talk too much, if the day gets too late. Then nickel is combined with iron or combined with copper to make the two alloys Invar and Constantin, which are also needed relatively early on in the game. So nickel, if you find it, it's relatively rare, is very much desired. Silver together with gold makes electrum, so that is also needed for many electronics devices. So silver is also pretty much needed. Not a lot really, but when you find it and you don't have any yet, do get it. Uranium is not yet useful. If you put that into the arc furnace, you will get tons of pollutant. You might ask, what is pollutant good for? Well, have you seen that phase change diagram? It's very useful for example, phase change based operations that you want to intentionally do. For example, if you compress volatiles enough, I mean pollutant, they will become liquid as long as they are within minus 100 to as long as they're within minus 150 to 100 degrees Celsius. And in the moment they become liquid, or any other thing in Stationeers turns from gaseous to liquid, it will heat up, just like in reality. And when you do the opposite, it will cool down. So that can be used for a phase change cycle for heating or for cooling. Not that you need it, but it depends on which world you play on. Some worlds are basically demanding that. But it's not like you need uranium for that. It's just a great source for pollutant, and that's all it is. We will eventually get nuclear power in Stationeers, that's guaranteed. That is a long-term plan, and then we will be assembling complex machinery on the small grid, like placing cables, to make functional nuclear power plants. In the same way, also rockets are assembled, which I haven't yet gotten into. Here, the reagent mix, that is what happens if you use your furnace wrong, and then what you get out is this stuff. You can deal with this in a way that I can describe later. Anyway, if your centrifuge ever spits out this stuff, do not stack it with something else. Instead, shove it in your hot furnace, and then you will get out whatever it was. Steel, invar, and so forth. The centrifuge purifies it, but it doesn't give you the actual ingot. It only gives you this stuff, which you can then shove into the furnace. And then there is space ice, which you get from space mining. Oh, more ores. Wait, is gold mentioned twice? Why is it mentioned twice? Okay, I don't know what that is. Let's look here then. Biomass, I already talked about. Charcoal ore, dirty ore. Reagent mix. Silicon should also be taken. If you're not high on silicon, you should definitely bring that. Then we have this, I talked about ice, water that we want to find, but definitely we want to find oxide, because if I toss that down in the station while the sun is shining, it will melt, and then we will get lots of oxygen, and then we can breathe. And together with volatiles, 2 parts of these, 1 part of this gives you an almost even fuel burning mix, and so that's what you want to bring to toss into your furnace to make steel or anything else. Okay, enough of this. Let's go back to the practical side of things. First, get back into the station, empty my the materials that I have with me, and actually get ready for proper mining, because this was nothing. But we maybe I should already put up the furnace, the arc furnace, to smelt something, because like I said 20 times, we need ingots. Oh, the battery has run out. I don't know why exactly. Must have been very low. So now we cannot get into the airlock, basically. But currently we don't have... Where's the disk? Oh, there it is. There's a good way to store the disk, actually, which is to just stuff it into the active vent. It triggers some logic value in there, but that logic value is only for you to read out, or not, if you wish. It doesn't do anything, so it's a good storage place. Otherwise, you can place a locker. Lockers come in various variants. One of them is a rack. I cannot place it here, I think, because of the cable, but here, for example. So we would have a rack with 5 slots. Yeah, because there are also larger vents. For example, the largest one covers the entire wall and is meant to empty out hangers, so it reaches even deep into the room. So then you don't have a slot, but then you can use a locker. Okay, I will now unassign everything. because we currently don't yet have a reason to protect our indoor atmosphere, and it will also... I have power trouble, and I will now have to run inside and outside a few times. I don't want to do that through the airlock, which is really annoying. Speaking of annoying, this music is unfitting to the task. Survival supplies. One of these boxes, which are only really for traveling, once you have unpacked everything, they will be gone, has the locker. So I take this, press the right mouse button, or can I take it out directly? No. Let me put that back. This is the container mount. If I place that here, then I can take one of these containers, one of these crates, and wrench it inside there. Then cannot be blown away. Here is the bespoke locker. That's the big one. I'm currently holding two lockers in my hand, in my left hand. And it needs two lockers, this big one. So I can place one of these and that's it. But I can also make this vertical rack, or this rack on the wall, horizontally, vertically, doesn't matter. And I now want to place a horizontal locker, I mean a big locker, because I need to store some things. You can see here that there is the door compartment is on this side, and on that side we have these little squares, so it's currently placed correctly. We can place it in the wall for whatever stupid reason. I mean, you must realize it's very hard to balance out something as complex as this game, so it's no wonder that some things are just awkward and wrong. So we have this, for example, and also really annoying is you cannot place cable. Excuse me? You cannot place cables below the locker, so we would have to use the ceiling or go around it. That's very annoying. Okay, we have some power problems. Let's take some of the loose stuff here that I don't want to lose. And then I will set up the solid fuel generator. I'll leave that around. Solid fuel generator. Where is the power supply stuff? Airlock supplies, which I could also dismantle at some point. It makes sense to try to get rid of all these things, all these crates, if reasonably possible. There should be one lying on the ground here somewhere. Or did I already put that away? Oh, there it is. Because they're very clunky, and if there's very few things in there, then it's no longer helpful that there's this crate. This one, these hydroponic supplies, you should leave as is, because you will need those later, and they're very, very well topic focused. Okay. There's the arc furnace, and there's also the autolathe. Let's first see to that we get some power. And for that I want to show you another trick. Here we have the electrical supplies, and here we have the second area power controller, which I had gotten from here. I will now set up the second area power controller, even though I do not need it. I mean, or do I? I do need it actually, because I want to set up some devices in here also that need electricity. And yeah, where do I place this then? So this is upside down. If you look closely, you can see there's some text in there. At the bottom you can see master upside down. So let's turn that around. Yeah, this is proper, okay. But the placement is bad, because the cable would come from the outside of this area power controller. No, I need it to come from our actual power source. I guess my placement of the power source is not ideal.
Power critical.
Where do I place this now? I mean, it's not so very important, but I'm trying to place it optimally. only stationeers wouldn't have these stupid shadows. It's really annoying, because who really needs a flashlight with this light around? Well, we do. Huh. If this were a glass door, I could not put a cable here, but it's not, so I can. Okay, now the solar panel is piping into both of these, but since that one is not currently... Oh, look at that! The battery is full. Very useful, because power was critical. Since it's not doing anything, the power is not diverged, it's not split up, it goes up solely into that guy. Okay, and it's night again. Let's see, the day-night cycle is really too hectic. I mean, who wants that? And it's pretty annoying that the only way to do that is this console hack, and that you have to do that again and again. I would opt for a 200-minute day-night cycle as a default. That is really a better way. Okay, so the pipes, they are part of the airlock supplies, but I didn't need them because I just stuck the passive vent directly on this guy. What you also could have done is put the active vent up there if there would have been space, then pipe a pipe through this wall, or in fact through this door, or if this would have been a glass door, through this glass door, because at the top that is possible, and on the other side then you stick the passive vent onto this thing. So what was I doing? Yeah, the trick that I wanted to show you is to spread out power. Crap! Well, let's do this then, this is fine. This is actually better. Here we have a battery charger. I will leave that off, because if you look up in the Stationpedia, this thing consumes 5 watts when it's on, whether there's a battery in there or not, and when there's batteries in there, obviously it consumes more watts, the power that is being piped into those batteries. Now I can charge up batteries even if I close this guy, and maybe later I will, but currently I still have some power trouble to deal with. So now we have 3 potential consumers from this power network where the power is coming into our station. This one, that one, and this one. Now I will take the, not the Autorotate, where is the solid generator? So we have another crate that we can delete because there's not too much left inside of it. If I drag this here, this will be yellow because it will be stacked onto it. If, however, this would be a container like a backpack, and this would be a compatible item to go into the backpack, this would be put into that thing, and then we would have a blue box. Solid generator. The solid generator cannot be rotated any which way, only in these, well, 2 or 4 cardinal directions. And I will now do it. If we look here, we can see it has a logic connector, a power connector, and some big thing where you probably toss in the coal, and yeah, that's what you do. Now I will connect this to which power network, huh? I mean, it's pretty clear. I need to connect it to this power network where the power is coming into our station. How do I do that? Good question. I guess I will just cable it along the ceiling. That should work. I'm not lucky with the music today. Still not. Can I cable this in this wall? Yes, I can. So why not? If you consider how complex this is, what I'm doing here, I mean, it's basically a 3D form editor of a limited kind. I mean, they implemented a way to do that for the player that is really convenient. I mean, it's really easy to do this. And now I need to connect that to the existing cable network. Oh, it goes down there. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it was going like whoop, whoop, and I thought it was going in the frame. Now I need the wire cutters again. So, and now if I burn some coal, this thing will output 20 kilowatts, 20,000 watts. The doors don't consume much power and whatever. If I want to charge up my batteries, this one would be charged with 1,000 watts. So would this one be. And so would these ones be if I had any batteries that I want to charge. And I have some, because these devices here, they also have batteries. And now I will actually burn some coal, if I find it. There we go. I toss this in here, and then I have to turn this on. We can leave this on the whole time. This will now burn through this coal, and this will also give me some... Come on. Oh, this is really awkward now. You can see that it... Oh, it can't. Damn it! I wanted to show something, now I can't. Where's the ATMOS tablet? Guess I left it indoors, huh? Yeah, there's the ATMOS analyzer. Well, and will I eat while I'm out? Probably not. So I would say let's use the uniform to store the respectively other cartridge. Or I could put it here and put the duct tape in there, because if for whatever reason my suit gets damaged when I'm out, I certainly want to repair it. And while it was damaged, I was possibly taking in lung damage, and so I would need this, or I will fall over dead, something we kind of want to avoid. Yeah, I mean, if you start with Stationeers, you should absolutely start with easy difficulty or with creative difficulty. I also play creative, didn't do that for the first few hundred hours, because I wanted to not spoil the depth of the simulation for me, you know? But it's really a good thing to do, because then you can... I learned more about what do I want to decorate my station without wasting any resources. Maybe I would show you the creative mode also. But where were we? So this one is at 22%, this one is full. Let's swap that with mine. These batteries are full because I had the coal burner on for a while. So everything in my tool belt is currently full. The welder actually uses a fuel gas canister, and guess where I can refill that one? Here. And what is fuel gas? Let's take a look. What we can see is we have 33% oxygen and 66% volatiles, and that's exactly the perfect fuel mix. If that is not perfect, it will still burn. So if you have a station atmosphere of, let's say, 100% oxygen, and you accidentally toss down some volatile ice, for example, by holding that in your hands, and then it melts, which does happen if there's sunlight, or if it's warm around you, of course. If the station is warm, which it normally is, then that will spread out in your station. You will have a very low ratio of volatiles, but it will still burn. You will have sparks everywhere in the air if you give it some flame. For example, by using the printers, which do have spark, or if you use the microwave to make some potatoes, which also has spark for whatever reason, or if you use the what's its face? The welder, the welding torch. But there's also the arc welder, which you can print later, which does not have spark, so can harm. Interestingly not. I mean, if you think about it, that welder should still spark the air. It doesn't. It's a game balancing thing, I guess. So if ever you need fire, you need to use the welding torch. Now it's a bit fuller, and I can also press the right mouse button. That should teleport, oh yeah, it back into the welding torch. And there's one more battery that I would like to have charged.
Waste tank caution.
And the waste tank is complaining. Too bad I will lose this gas, but I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, it's not such a bad thing. I would like to have an extra canister where I can put that stuff in, but I don't have any. If I would already have breathable gas in here, or an airlock that is properly working, then I could just open that tank here, if the waste tank reaches 4 megapascals, then suddenly it will no longer be running. I explained that already. So let's just click here and click open. It will empty that to some degree, to almost empty, equalizing with the surrounding atmosphere, and then it will automatically close that. So all you need to do, click here, click there, and your suit is working again. Or what you normally would do is you take your empty extra canister, drag that over here, drop it here, so the empty one is here and the full one is here, because you usually don't want to waste your gases. But starting on Mars, which is indeed the easiest world, well, you have a plentifulness of atmosphere. So this thing is now pumping out 20 kilowatts, and this one is charging with 1000 watts and this one with 1000 watts. And since I don't have them in a series but in parallel, I can actually make use of lots of the power. Otherwise, I mean, most of the power is currently being lost. But currently these cables, this cable network here is under a load of 1000, 2000, 2400, 410, 20, 30, 2000. Well, actually, let's measure that. I'm not sure if that is actually correct. It should be 2430 watts. 2430. So if we measure here, we see that there's no battery in this thing. Huh. Yeah, well, maybe you forgive me if I turn down the scaling here because it's really painful. Let's set it down to 50 so you can see what normal gameplay for me would look like. See, that's much less painful. It's harder for you to see, but I think you have seen enough to grasp what's going on. Also, when you're playing this, you're not watching this video, you're watching yourself on the screen. So you can take a closer look with your head, or you can scale that up, or whatever. We have the battery charger small, area power controller reversed, whatever. Solar panel, another area power controller, and the generator. Let's turn that on, and then we see that 2400 watts are actually being required currently. Now it's less and less and less because the batteries are full. And night's already over again. Very hectic, isn't it? I mean, why the fuck 20 minutes? It just makes it so annoying. Anyway, so now that battery is charged up, let's turn that off. Okay, that's how we deal with power, and if you notice, I haven't cheated yet. I haven't done anything magical, any tricks or whatever. So this is normal gameplay on easy difficulty, even though I have now wasted 3 hours talking about this thing instead of really playing it. And the situation that we have here, you can achieve in 20 minutes. If you really step on the gas, or if faster even, who knows. Alright, so now we have an emergency power supply. As you have noticed, I've turned this off because I don't want to blast through all the coal, wasting it. And now let's learn something about cable networks. If I look for cable, then I will find this cable, that cable, all the variants, they're all listed here, not that it's really necessary. There are fuses also, we will talk about those in like 30 seconds. And there's cables. The single cable, the simple cable, which survives... oh, that's the cable coil, of course. The cable straight, 5000 watts. And the heavy cable, the only other cable STATIONEERS has, 100,000 watts. So 20 times that. Has 20 times that amount of capacity. What does that mean in practice? It means that if I would have consumers here, which would have overall more than 5,000 watts, and that happens easily once you build a station here, more than 5,000 watts, and I turn on this guy, then the cable will be under a load of more than 5,000 watts. If I put in only 5,000, then nothing bad will happen, but I will have brownouts. And you can actually place a transformer, which will not change the voltage like in reality, but here you can just use it with its dial to define how much power will flow through. And that's the most elegant way to do it, and that's how we do it normally. Of course, you should make sure that your power network is generally not under too much load, because then it means that not everything that you need power for will be powered. But the best way to solve any such situations ultimately is then to place a transformer. There are multiple kinds for the different maximum scales, and the small one can be dialed up to maximum 5000, and so this would then protect this cable network. But if and it could also place a fuse. It could place, for example, a fuse, let's say here, if I place a fuse here, and I use the mouse wheel to select the right one when I place it, 5 kilowatts, and then I have more load than 5 kilowatts on this cable, then this means, on this cable, not this one, this is irrelevant. If overall the load that is on this cable network is more than 5000 watts, then one of these cables will randomly burst. I don't know which one, could be in a wall, could be anywhere. And it doesn't matter where the load is, because this is after all a game, so it's keeping its simulation simple where it can reasonably do so. So if there is maybe too much load because of this cable, it might be that this cable burns out, or this one. Ultimately, it's just this cable network had been under too much load. However, if you place a fuse like I just described, then that fuse will burn out and its cable. And if I do that in the right place, then the overall load will suddenly not be that high. And so the problem is alleviated. No cable will burn out in any other place. If, however, I place the fuse stupidly in a place that doesn't actually cut off the overall load, then the load will still be high and cables will still burn out until the load is no longer too high. That is how cable networks work. Small cables or the big ones, same problem, because yes, 100,000 watts is a thing in stationeers at some point. And so you need to be wary of that. And the way to alleviate that is either make sure that you don't pump through too much power, or make sure that you're using a fuse to protect yourself, or place a transformer. First, I think when you're building cable networks, you should use fuses, because then you will learn when it has become too much and you need to redistribute stuff, and then you can manage things differently, and then when you have managed things differently, you know what level that you've built yourself to the level of things of maximum, and then you say, okay, henceforth I will place a transformer. But you know, once you have transformers, you will probably just use them all the time. And there's another thing. If I now place a station battery that I want to charge with this thing, currently I only have these cables, I haven't yet printed heavy ones, then this will not work. The station battery can take in infinite power. So with these 20 kilowatts, the load on the cable will be 20,000 watts. So the cable will be destroyed. So currently I have no way of charging a station battery with this thing. Only with solar panels and such. Okay, now let's get to the arc furnace, which makes us materials. Where will I place this? Let's say it doesn't have to be in the middle of a field or whatever, it doesn't matter really. You can also place it close to a wall. You can see here there's some arrows. There on the left you see some triangle, there's an arrow. On the right you see also an arrow that's pointing into the device. So that's the direction of tossing stuff. And if I would do this now like this, then it could even toss its results straight through the window, which is a cheat and something that I try to avoid, because I hope that the Stationeers simulation will at some point be, well, more absolute in this regard. And so I will just place this maybe like this. You can see there's a symbol at the bottom that is showing power. On the left side we have the logic connector thing. So yeah, you should place that right, or rather, when you wonder why it's not working, it's because you connected the cable in the wrong place. Why am I connecting this cable then? Because at some point, soon enough, I will be using logic and programming to control the arc furnace. Why would I do that? Because, see, I was just talking about the window through which it could toss the stuff, but I don't want to do that. Can I actually use it here? Yeah, it kind of works. Though the placement is awkward, because I can... maybe I should not let this lie around because a storm is impending, I guess. Imminent? Impending? Is that the word? I'm not a native English speaker. Because, well, we can use chutes. Those are pipes for items. And they would allow us to toss something into the arc furnace from indoors, and for the arc furnace to then also just toss that out again indoors. And that's very convenient. So the arc furnace can boil and soil and pollute everything on the outside. We don't care. Oh, this is good. This is good placement, because then it tosses out its ingots in between here, so the likelihood of them, while getting lost, for example, blown away by the wind, is lowered. That's a good idea. Okay, now that it has been piped up, we can toss in something to burn, and then we turn it on, and you see now the switch is green, but it's not lit, because it doesn't have power yet. Because this one is still off. Actually, I should have swapped that this way. Because this one will... Oh, I haven't yet connected that. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, okay, I made a mistake. Can you spot the mistake? I connected the power network of the arc furnace with the power network of the power that comes into the station. That is completely useless and wrong. I mean, I could smelt something now if the batteries would not be charged, I guess. But the arc furnace uses a lot of power, so this is actually the way we have to do it. And now can you spot the next potential error? Yeah, because if I do this, you can see it here. This cable is connected to this one. Actually, is it? Oh, it's not. I thought it was. So let's take that cable coil. One has been used up. Don't worry, you don't need the electronics printer for cables. You usually use it for that, but the autolathe, that's what happens if something is locked between things, and also if my stack is full. So I couldn't have... It would otherwise have been picked up automatically. You can also print pipes and basic cables with the autolathe. And chutes even, I have heard today. This cable doesn't need to be corrected, but obviously we want to. Okay, now the arc furnace can be powered. And this is on. In other words, it does have power now, and we can see that and hear that too. Oh, let's smell some stuff then. Where is my tablet? There it is. Ah, network analyzer, damn it! Well, later I will just print another tablet. And there's also a second tablet type that has 2 slots. Stupidly though, there is no hotkey to swap between the 2 slots, so you have to open the inventory, and that's something we have complained about very often. Okay, normal planetary atmosphere, minus 46 degrees and so forth. But here, whenever that thing excretes something, it's a bit warmer. And very pollutant. Very pollutant rich. You can look that up too. Here we have the ores, and if I look at iron or let's look at uranium. The content 35 moles of pollutant. So if I toss that into the arc furnace, there will be a big blast of gas being excreted. The normal stuff, it would rather be like an iron ore, where you have 2 pollutant, 2 moles, and then a bit of CO2. CO2 is nice. Let's look at gold. Gold actually has some 2 pollutant, a little bit of nitrogen, a little bit of CO2, and oxygen. So if you do that in an atmosphere of volatiles, which would happen on Vulcan, which has like 50% volatiles in the atmosphere, so if you empty your waste tank, which also has some oxygen, and that happens during the day when it's really super hot, up to 1500 degrees outer temperature, man, during a solar storm. I don't know if it has any. Well, then let's say up to 1000 degrees, because I have that measured that myself, yes. Then they will just go up in flames. You empty your waste canister and suddenly you're standing in the air being on fire. Not too bad, because there you come with a stronger suit than this one. You have different space suits. Actually, a new one was published about a week ago, the harm suit, a very heavy one with extreme heat protection, the heaviest one, and you even move more slowly, and you cannot install a jetpack in that situation. So there's one of the suits basically that they would have used in that film, The Core, which is a bit cheesy, but I enjoy it. It's a good one, The Core. Anyway, and that's also one that you want to use when you make a furnace room where it's constantly hot inside. Not that that's the one way to go. So, oxygen. Then let's look at some other ore. Here we have some nitrogen, some pollutant and so forth. Pollutant is generally a part of it. And now that we have the simple airlock, which doesn't protect itself from the outside atmosphere, having that thing close to the airlock, which we still have, can mean that the air that we have here can still be a bit burdened by pollutant. So overall, we would be building up pollutant in here, and that's bad, obviously, for the lungs. So that's burning coal now, and it's very slow. I can click here, interrupt that, and then we can see our first ingot. Gold, 10 grams, coincidentally. And then we could toss that into a printer, but we don't have any printer yet. Let's set up a printer. The only printer that we have so far is the Autorotate, and it cannot be rotated any which way, only the cardinal directions. And the front is where the cable connectors are, and to the left you toss in the ingots, and to the right come out the products. I could do it like this, for example. Then I would have room to come into the station, could walk around, and the next manufactory I could put here on the backside, because the backsides are useless, there's nothing there, so that would save some space. However, on the right side here, that would be the right side of the other one, I would only have space to toss out some stuff, which is okay, right? But sometimes what you toss out will be a lot, and maybe you don't want that lying around, and for that we have a device called Stacker, which can also be used, by the way, to split up an ingot like this to smaller shapes, because this one cannot be split. You can only split up actual stacks, but an ingot is a solid piece of metal, so that doesn't work. But the stacker can do it. Anyway, if I want to place a stacker here, then this will be too tight. I mean, I don't have to put a stacker here because this is the input side, but the other one will be on the back side. I want to have them mirrored. Oh, I need a wrench, okay. So that's why I will give some more space for the stacker on the left side. Too bad I cannot really see. That's the same placement again. Once we have station lights, it will look very cozy in here. Actually, let me pause this for a moment and show you a station as it would look like. So that is a little less tedious to follow this. Okay. This is Europa. Snow everywhere, be warned. And that's me, hello. Now you know what I look like. And that's my station. And that's Jupiter, because that over there is basically the ground. We're just falling around it on this little moon here, the moon Europa, whose atmosphere is 100% oxygen, so that's very convenient, but it's very, very cold, so that's very inconvenient. Let me show you my station. This is now about 30 hours old, roughly. 35, 25, rather 30, I believe. And you can see there's lots of fun things going on. For example, solar panels, protected from potential storms in this glass room, pointing at the sun. A battery room with lots of small station batteries. There's also a big variant that I cannot yet make because I didn't yet create the advanced furnace room. This is a fast airlock. Look what the airlock looks like when it's fast. Shazam. Here's a vacuum because well, Stationeers has some quirk when it comes to simulations. To the simulation, if a room has an atmosphere, even though it's a room that is too close to what the outdoor atmosphere is, then supposedly storms will also take place on the indoors. I'm not sure about that. I keep hearing that, and so I rather adhere to it. That's why this room is evacuated. This light is, by the way, not hanging from this airlock thing, because, you know, the power supply in an airlock is very important. I said that like 500 times, so that's why this is connected to the power supply that is feeding into this APC. So these are the large powered vents. And that's the locker rack. That is a deep miner. Yeah, that's one thing I didn't mention yet. There is an auger that you can send through the soil. You dig down a little, and then you send the auger. It will be on a rail, so to speak, and it will dig, and will mine everything that is there, and then it will return once it's full to its mount, basically. And that's how you can mine. And this can also even out the ground if you want to drive or something, because there's also a car in the game, the Rover. Yeah, this one is a deep miner, and that's like the most useful thing when it comes to mining, because it will just keep mining forever. What it spits out though is this kind of stuff, and you need to send that to a centrifuge. These two centrifuges are of the electric kind. They're easier to use, and they can take in up to 400 grams of stuff. This one is currently idle, there's nothing coming in for whatever reason, I don't know. And this one is currently processing some ore, and once that is done, the iron, the 304 grams in there, will be, that will have become more. Let's see what that looks like. There. And once they are full, my microchip that is inside my logic room over there, not that it needs to be in there, it can be in any place, but at some point in the future the developers have already announced microchips will come in various variants. Currently we only have this one, and we have the logic chips I already mentioned, but these ones actually you can program them, you can write actual programs that run on them. Assembly, a certain flavor of assembly. They will become sensitive to the environment. Currently they're not. I could have placed them in lava basically. Okay, and this thing detects if one of these is full, and it will automatically flip the lever, wait until it's empty, and automatically close it again. So everything that they have created, which is only iron, because in this region you only find iron. Up until a month or two ago, before the new terrain update came out, which by the way has about doubled the concurrent players on Steam of this game, and I mean constantly for like 2 months now. This was such an important update. This is so important for the team, for the studio, and for us as players, because this game needs to thrive, and the best way for it to thrive is if more people play it. Anyway, so before that terrain update, a deep miner would bring you all ores except gas ores. You would not find frozen ice or whatever. You would not find ice, but iron on the other 8 or so ores, they would come out of the ground in this form, and then you would use the furnace, the centrifuge, and then you would get whatever came out of that particular brown ball. But nowadays we need to visit the correct region for the correct ore combination. This region, for example, has not a combination of ores, but only one, and that is iron. And so this will come in here into this automatic furnace, arc furnace, which I've spray painted black because it looks better. And then comes out an ingot, which goes into this stacker that I already mentioned. This is set to 500, which is the largest potential stack size for ingots, or anything really. I mean, the maximum stack size of the things is different. This one can be 10, I believe, cable can be 50, and ingots can be 500. Then it will stack that to 500, and once it's 500, it will toss out a 500 size ingot. And if in that moment it already had some stuff in there that would result in more, then the remains will stay in here. So like 1 or 2 iron ingot then, whatever. And that lands in the silo, and we have already 4, also that means 2 kilograms of iron in here in ingot form. 4 ingots with 500 grams each. And that's all happening automatically, because I set up these devices and I also programmed them, so I don't have to do anything here manually. It just keeps producing and producing and producing. Cool, huh? So let's look at the rest of the station. What is this? These are upright wind turbines. You already have seen the big ones. The big ones produce more during the storm, these ones also, but the big ones produce more overall. These ones produce less overall, and also less in the storm. We can see here we have heavy cables, because the power coming in can easily climb over 5000 watts, which you know doesn't matter at all unless our consumer can take in more than 5000 watts, and then it matters. And the consumers that I have in play here indeed take in more. Let's use one of the 2 airlocks. Which one will I take? This one, I guess. And you can see when the station is nicely decorated like this, then you no longer have these naked, painful walls. These naked, painful frames or the backside of walls and such. This was the original airlock, so I come in here, and the first thing that I built was on the other side of the room, the Autorotate. This is already the modded one, the upgraded one, which we will make later. Same for the other manufacturers. Here's the tool maker, which makes, for example, the mining drills, and this is the advanced one, so it can make the hard mining drill, the fastest one, which I have here. And I spray painted it red. And this is the terrain manipulator with which you can place or remove terrain, which sometimes is useful and necessary. This is the hydraulic pipe bender, which makes, for example, passive vent, active vent, pipes and such. And here we have the electronics printer, which we need for the advanced airlock board, which we're greedy to have, right? Here we have a stacker, free for all, which I can use to make smaller ingot sizes. Here we have a completely automatic station, which fills up this smart canister
Air tank critical.
with pure oxygen from the station air, and just pumping that from the station. And we're done. And I can also use that to fill up my jetpack canister, because I'm just using oxygen. Why not? The entire atmosphere on this moon is oxygen, so it's not a waste. The only thing I'm wasting is the heat of the room. And, well, the room, because of all its electronic devices, which all have waste heat, for example, these station batteries. And here you now can see where these wind turbines are actually going, to the backside of these. And here we have a 100,000 watts fuse to protect these cables from blowing, because I don't want any buried, so to speak, cables to blow, rather the one that I can easily access. And these make tiny beepy sounds depending on whether they're being charged or discharged, and the same actually is true for the area power controller, if you have observed. Actually, we were on Mars. You could have observed that principle. Here we have a transformer, the large one, set to 50,000 watts. And when I click here, nothing is happening. Why? Because the target side of this guy, which is on the outside, let me show you my electricity room. Here's a logic room, whose light turns on automatically. And here you can also see another light variant, which is built from the same kit as this stuff, which even has a battery that can be charged. But this cannot be discharged usefully except into this light. Yeah, and the logic is insistent. One of these chips controlling that. I guess it's this one. Yep, that chip is doing that. And that chip might also be responsible for my cooling system, because all these devices, particularly the batteries, have waste heat. And this is my current cooling system. You could have multiple different ones, but I mean the moon is so very cold. Here I have a pipe, gas pipe, which are yellow, but I just spray painted it black because it looks nice. And then I used some pipe radiators. You know that a pipe, let's look at this. I'm looking here at the pipe, and you can see that is telling me convecting minus... Why is it convecting? I don't understand. Well, I have to look at the pipe then. Is there gas in the pipe? No, there's no gas in the pipe. How can they convect if there's no gas in there? I think that's a bug. I mean, it looks like I'm constantly observing bugs left and right. I mean, but we're looking not at a game that is a shooter where you pick up a health kit and then you're wondering why your health was not added up. This is such a complex thing that no wonder you keep finding small things that are not correct. Why is it showing me here how much power is being convected or radiated when there's no gas in there? I don't understand. Oh, cool. We are currently witnessing the cooling system in action. But I guess it's already... Yeah, there's no gas in there. It was just for a short moment. Okay, whatever. If there's no gas in this pipe, then it will not actually exchange thermal energy with the outside, even though it goes from the outside to the inside. So it's completely inert. But if I pump gas in there, which I do here with this with direction changing pump, the turbo pump, which is also very, very fast, then this thing will become active. So outside, whatever gas is in there will equalize with the outside air, which is minus 140 degrees. Inside, it will equalize with the warm air. So overall, we will have thermal energy flowing from the warm station air to the outside, where it will just evaporate into the infinite amount of gas that is out there. By the way, can we terraform? No. But the infrastructure for terraforming also already exists and will come out as an expansion in a few years once Stationeers goes version 1.0. And Stationeers will keep developed after that. Most recently, the Dean Hall, the founder of Rocketworks, CEO, and whose nickname is Rocket, said again that he fears that if it goes to version 1.0, people will think that they will stop developing Stationeers. They will keep developing it. They will keep develop it. And if the studio goes bankrupt, they will release this for free. They want this game to live. They want this to not ever go away. I'm not shitting you. And if you want to test this game, you are allowed to pirate it. The developer, the CEO, explicitly said this. Now, I don't know how YouTube will react to this, since I just said that, but I'm saying you should not pirate. What I'm saying is demo it, you know? The CEO explicitly said, I can find the code if need be, that you are allowed to copy it if you can't afford it, or if you just want to test it, if you want to demo it, because they don't want to have to support yet another development branch. That is more of a load on them, and they're burdened enough. They want to keep developing this, and they don't want this burden. So you're allowed to test this game, and if it clicks with you, well, then you will, of course, purchase it. You will, or you will get rid of it, because otherwise, if you know, that's just morally wrong. Anyway, there's not any kind of DRM on this game, and if you start this game's executable directly while Steam is running, Steam will still count the Steam time, even though you have not started it on Steam. However, if Steam is not running, the game executable will still start just fine. Not a problem. And if you just make a copy of it manually onto another place in your hard disk or uninstall Steam or whatever, that will still work. It has no DRM whatsoever. And also, the Dean Hall already said that if Unity once again pulls one of its shenanigans, you just saw the nitrogen being pumped into there and pumped out again. Recently, half a year ago, they told Rocketworks that they are not paying for their licenses, and so in 2 weeks they will turn off their right to use Unity. What? God damn it, Unity is such a shit company. Anyway, and at that time then Rocket said, so if need be, if this is really all we have, we will either port this to a different engine, which will cost us millions, or we will open source it. This game will live, and this game will continue. That is guaranteed. So this is how my cooling solution works, and this is also how you do it on the moon. However, you can see here these radiators, they are a kit, like all the things that you can build, and if you turn the mouse wheel, then you will get a different variant. These are for convection. The other ones are for radiation, and on the moon you don't have anything to convect with. The convection ones are much stronger, so if you have gas there, you want to use the convection ones. On Mars though, the pressure is so low that it doesn't really matter which ones you use. There are 2 kilopascals here, you have like 40 kilopascals here. It definitely makes sense to use these. You can also use the radiation ones, which are much weaker, and they work even in a convection atmosphere basically. But that's a waste. On the moon though, you would have to use the radiation ones, the convection ones do nothing. And there you can still evaporate your heat into the vacuum of space. So this is still this approach is still viable on the moon. You might just need a longer pipe, I guess. So there's one way to cool. Another way to cool would be to use an AC. Another way to cool would be to use a portable AC, which is the one that you have on your lander. Another way to cool would be to use phase change. Another way to cool would be to mine some oxide and toss that down in your station, because it comes at 0 degrees Celsius. So yeah. Okay, let's take a look at this room, which is my where I keep all the mining stuff. I don't know why it just emerged like this. And here is the... Oh, we could open the helmet, by the way. Because here we have nice breathable atmosphere. We have half of it is oxygen, a lot of it is CO2, way too high if CO2 toxicity would be implemented here, and a lot of nitrogen, which is fine for humans to breathe under any circumstances. unless they have enough oxygen, of course, because nitrogen would displace oxygen, and then you suffocate, you don't even realize it, so careful with that stuff. And there's some pollutant, but very little, millimoles, basically. Oh, actually, okay, by now it's no longer millimoles, but as long as it's not half a mole, I think, and then the spacesuit will complain, then we just close the suit, possibly also flush it, I don't know, it's I'm not sure about that, and yeah. But we can also just turn on here the portable scrubber. That's the thing that's in white, but I spray painted it. That is on our lander, which we also have in that other thing where I want to teach you how to play. And if you turn that on, here we have the volatiles, and here we have the pollutant filters. These are the ones that come with the kit as in your lander, and now it's currently sucking that into itself. And we have quite a lot of it in there already. You can see here 33 degrees of 204 moles of pollutant. That is so much. And this will then clean out the box in which it is, and the rest of the atmosphere will then equalize slowly over time with this box, and so with this thing running you can clean up everything in here. Well, and here are my plants. Something to drink. Here we have the occupancy sensor, which was used to make these lights turn on. Here we have grow lights, which I'm using because I have the ceiling closed. Why do I have that? Because I'm playing on 200 minutes day-night cycle, and the plants, they need their light and they need their darkness per 20-minute cycle. That's why I had to shield them from the sun and take control myself using grow lights. There's potato plants. I can click on them and harvest the seed, and harvest again, then I have a potato, and harvest again, then I have another potato, and the plant is gone. Now I can stick a potato in the ground, or I can stick the seeds in the ground. Doesn't matter. And I can eat the potato, eat a little, I can only eat it wholesale, or I can put it in the microwave, which I already did, so let's see what that looks like. Nice light. And now I have a baked potato, and I can eat that. And that will eventually decay. For example, if I pick this up, we will see... Okay, for whatever reason it's not telling me how long it is until it has decayed. But here we can... Oh! It's not... Oh! What the fuck is with this current beta version? It's no longer telling us when it will have decayed. That's wild. Huh. Taking screenshots. Anyway, this is a small fridge, and if you connect it to the outside, it needs some cold atmosphere, you know. But there's also a tall one, like a locker, which needs electricity. Opening it weirdly doesn't contribute. These things are basically magical devices, like your jetpack is too. But the developers are trying to move away from the magical ones. For example, there is something that looks like this, which is the portable AC. And that was a magical device, but by now they are using some coolant, so you have to insert that there. Well, and then we have wheat. Yeah, the plants always grow like this. They grow until they are mature, and then they start to fruit. Here we have, for example, wheat. And then, if you let them, they will mature further to wheat. Here, for example, you can say the potato is growing moderately well towards fruiting. Why is it not growing very well? Well, let's click here on the handheld tablet, on my tablet stand, where it's pretty useless, except out here I have one that is actually useful, were it not for this bug. Because this one should actually show the room. And yes, it does. I mean, this is not static. If let me just open my waste canister, and then you can see here that the numbers are changing. What? Was that not enough? Okay, let me open my oxygen canister then. Right.
Air tank low.
Okay, we have an updating problem here. I mean, okay, the amount of weird display bugs that I'm currently running into, I didn't expect that at all. It's I mean, I've been playing every day, and I always play on beta. I always want the newest stuff. And I mean, I've been recording every episode here, and I've also shown this thing update. These new bugs that we're looking at right here, they are actually new. And that's something that shouldn't have happened. It's the beta version. What do you expect? The main release version, so switching a beta to live, which the developers do every few weeks, those don't have those bugs. And what do? Well, we report those bugs so that they can fix them. There's a bug channel on Discord, which the developers are actually obliged to read. So not only should you behave well in the general space, but in there the communication should be particularly focused and efficient. Yeah, this opening here can be programmed with logic. It can actually make this thing go up close and open and close the whole time. And therein is, by the way, the chip that has this program. Doesn't matter, the chip could be over here in a different housing, but just use this one, of course. And now I want to refill that. Now it is in filling mode, because I needed to empty this out. I didn't want some mixture in there because the room has some other gases. So first I wanted to evacuate that, because when I just emptied that here, that mixed that, equalized that with the room. Pressure and content, yeah, of course. Alright, so that should actually be working. See, it doesn't update if I don't take it and place it again. But normally it does. I have tested it 100 times. Anyway. So let's see. This potato is not growing very well. And now let's take a look at the plant analyzer, which every beginner and every person basically is prompted to print when you have questions. Why are my plants dying in the forums? The first statement always is, do they get enough darkness? / have you printed the plant analyzer and taken a look? These are the first two things you should absolutely do. Plants also need darkness. Potato, let's look here. Here we can see all the parameters that have to be fulfilled for the plants to grow. And you might think, oh my god, that is so much work to deal with all of that. I don't want to. Oh, this game is not for me. No, it is. It's very easy. I will show you how. Because, I mean, for example, here you have the light per day. The minimum light per day. And the minimum darkness per day. And we have the minimum grow pressure and the maximum grow pressure. But there's also the min ideal grow pressure. So there's a lot of values here that you should really consider, because you would just try to get the ideal circumstances, and that's it, that's the end of it. So let me explain what you're seeing here. Here we are seeing the overall growth efficiency, which is then broken down by the game into a statement like is growing moderately well towards fruiting. It should be saying it is thriving towards fruiting if everything is good, or is barely growing towards fruiting, or is not growing at all, or will never fruit. When it says it will never fruit, it doesn't mean the plant is dead. It just means that at the current pace, which is 0, it will never fruit because the pace is 0. That's what that means. So currently the overall efficiency is 68%, but why? Exactly. That is what this thing tells you. And this is the result of the other efficiencies. What other efficiencies are there? Well, we have the breathing efficiency, the temperature efficiency, and then, let me move on. Then we have the pressure efficiency, and we have the light efficiency. I would have liked rather all the efficiencies to be stacked up here at the beginning, but they are not. So that's what you have to understand. Here we have the overall efficiency, here we have the breathing efficiency. The breathing efficiency is a matter of the gases. The gases we can see here, we have minimum 1% CO2, and so that's really low. We can achieve that easily by just having a little moon breathing box and just opening our waste canister a few times in there. We have 34%, so we're doing fine. Pollutant maximum 1 kilopascal, and we have half a pascal, so that's completely irrelevant. Then we just saw that change live. Volatiles, the maximum 1 kilopascal, and currently we have none. And that's good, because that would set the air on fire when I print something. So this is the stuff when it comes to breathing efficiency. That is the stuff that it breathes. Then we have the temperature efficiency. What values go into this? See, we have some kind of hierarchy, some kind of tree. The root of the tree is the overall growth efficiency. Then the next level is the breathing efficiency and the other efficiencies. And these efficiencies in turn depend on some other values. And then we're here. The temperature efficiency, which goes into the growth efficiency. I'm sorry if I'm a bit, if I'm mumbling a bit, but I am under some kind of high communication flow pressure, and that is why what I succumb to then while speaking. So maybe I should try to speak a little more slowly. The temperature efficiency is 100%, so the temperature is fine, and that's no wonder, because 20 to 30 degrees is the ideal temperature for the potato unless they haven't genetically drifted, because that is something in the game. You also have genetics, but I never really dealt with those, so you can basically ignore them. So the ideal temperature, min idea, is 19 for this particular potato. Let's look at another one. Here you have 19.3 genetic drift, see? And the maximum is 28.8 and currently 24, so that is ideal. So the temperature efficiency is 100%, so all the efficiencies fused together into the growth efficiency. While you don't see any negative words from the temperature efficiency, it's full. Okay, that was that. Now we have the pressure efficiency. Min ideal 42 kilopascals, max ideal 99 kilopascals, actual 132 kilopascals. Here, the temperature pressure is too high. That's why the pressure efficiency is low. And so that goes with the other efficiencies into the overall growth efficiency. And so, yeah. And then we have the most important efficiency. Why? Most important because that's the one that most people get wrong. The light efficiency. Currently basically 100%. Current light that's coming in, 0%. If these grow lights would be on, that would be 80%, I believe. And depending on world, on the moon, it would be, I think, 100% directly from the sun. Together with these, it would be 180%. And that would indeed make them grow faster, I believe, and would not be overburdened, would not overburden them, as long as you have enough darkness during the day. And I think the darkness duration doesn't change by going to 180. I would have noticed that by now. Then we have the well, what is the darkness efficiency? The darkness intensity is currently 100%. So here we have one value that for a change expresses both angles at the same time. And then we have the most important value in this general territory here, except hydration efficiency, which is the illumination stress. The illumination stress. If I turn on the lights, can I do that from here? It will be turned off again, yeah, because my logic is insisting. Oh! Coincidentally, this was just the moment to turn them on. Hello. Anyway, now it has been turned on and off a few times. The illumination stress is now 11%, because this change causes stress. Let's walk over to the other ones here. Here we see a stress of 4, because these have not actually been affected by that light. But here we are at 11, and so forth and so forth. So what you need is some darkness, and these are the most important values. The light per day needs to be at least 5 minutes for potatoes, and the darkness at least 3 minutes 20 seconds per day. We cannot read out the values that are true for these actual potatoes which have genetic drift, because those values can also be different. At least I think so, I'm not 100% certain. Yeah, so that's what you need to take care of. Make sure that they get enough darkness, enough light, that we have some well, CO2 here, which you breathe out anyway, and that they have water. By the way, if you have the light on for too long, you will get darkness deficiency. If you have too long the darkness, no light, then we get a light deficiency. And these two will slowly build up the illumination stress, which you see is now at 10%, no longer at 11%, because it slowly decreases. But as long as it is high, this is, well, I don't know if the illumination stress goes into the light efficiency, or if it is an efficiency by itself, like on the same level as the light efficiency. Doesn't matter. Now you get the gist of what you need to do to grow your plants. I mean, it's really not that complicated. I know I've explained a lot, but I mean, what do we need? We need a temperature that is fine for you. We need an atmosphere that is fine for you. We need pressure that is fine for you. And what will the plant do? As long as there's some CO2, it will grow. Was that complicated? Oh right, and some water. There's some water pipe down there which goes... These are insulated ones, because out there it's pretty cold. And here we have the water tank, which we also have on the moon. This is still from my lander. There's more water in it now though, because here we have the ice crusher, which we can also print with the simple atmospherics printer. We don't need the advanced one for this. And we can dial here the temperature to which the gas needs to be heated up before it gets shredded. And so you want to turn that down, as this thing will waste a ton of time and a ton of electricity to just get the ice warmer before it shreds that. But this means that this one, which had 20 degrees at the beginning, has now 7 degrees. So the more ice I shred in there, the colder it gets. Do I have some here? No, I don't. I don't want to shred some pollutant in there now. Or do I? Let's see what happens. Yeah, now this is actually polluted. I'm not going to save this, obviously. And well, since I'm often save game hopping, version hopping, different beta versions and the main version and so forth, my autosave is off. So I don't need to worry, but yours is on. So you also don't need to worry. This one is now showing an error because these can no longer be refilled. Because this thing, can I not drink or whatever? Weird. Why can I not drink? Confused. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bug. Another bug, I think. Why can I not drink right now? Is it because this thing is polluted? Well, another screenshot and later I will hunt for the bug. But, I mean, this is showing an error because the water is not pure. It needs to be pure. But this is now not pure and it would have to go through quite some motions to purify this. One way to go, for example, is I could use a purge valve and purge the gas of this pipe, because the only gas that I see here is pollutant gas. And some liquid pollutant also, yeah, which is still coming in here from the ice crusher, which, as long as it is on, will actually excrete what it has into the atmosphere and into the pipe. What I could do is I could use this purge valve, and this would remove the gases from the pipe, and so I would get rid of the pollutant. That should actually work. However, you have to keep something in mind. The phase change diagram of all the gases, which are basically all the same in some certain regard. Let's look at water here, for example. If the pressure is very low, like only 6 kilopascals, then it will be gaseous down to 0 pascals. So what does that mean? It means that I use a purge valve to dial down the amount of gas in there, which I can adjust. And if I set that to 0, so it would pump out all the gas, then it would force the liquid that's in there to off-gas, to evaporate. And you know what happens then? It gets colder, and if I do that too much, I get ice. And if I get ice, the pipe breaks and all the water will flow out and will be, and then we will have inward water, and eventually that will freeze, and we'll have some ice floating around out there, and in here possibly some liquid ice. That's what happens, and that's also how you could build a cooling device. Just pipe some liquid through a pipe, use the purge valve to pump that out, and so forth. I mean, all the things that I was talking about here, you can just go and look for the atmospherics devices, for example. Then you will find all kinds of stuff. For example, the active liquid outlet. And I guess the purge valve would be nearby here somewhere. Then you could read up on that thing. I mean, this help is really not complete, but is very helpful as it is. So I believe that people who cannot cope with this game, on the one hand, there is this interface, which is a bit dubitable really, but I think often is really just a matter of you didn't try hard enough. And as I can tell you, as someone who has played this for over 2,200 hours, this game is worth your time and your effort. Okay, let's go then to the electrics room. Here's the logic room. Or should I first show you some of the programming? I will not explain it now, I will just give you an inkling. Let's look at, for example, import. Let's look at the source code that I'm using to automate the arc furnace, because that's really easy. Well, first of all, you have seen in the Stationpedia the devices have names, machine names, names that are really true for the computer. And when you click on that name, for example, arc furnace, then it copies that to the clipboard. Or you can also copy this number, which is kind of the same thing. Because this name here, which I'm using the hash function on, will turn that into a number. And that number happens to be the one that I just copied to the clipboard. This number. Anyway, I just, can just write from memory structure arc furnace, structure gas sensor, structure turbo volume pump. So in most cases, you don't even need to look up those names. But these numbers, you can remember those, right? So that's why the hashing function is very useful. And then I have this number stored here in this name. Define this name to be this number. And here I have the logic. Here I'm saying load from the arc furnace, represented by this number, the information of whether it is currently occupied. If it is occupied, then use that value that we have read there, which is then 0 or 1, and write that value into the on value, so the arc furnace will be off automatically if nothing's in there, but if I stuff something in, then it will be on automatically. And also push this activate button while there's something in there. So these 3 lines fully automate your arc furnace to do everything that you want it to, basically. And basically, okay, this 4th line up there could have been a 3rd line by putting it in here 3 times, but that's inelegant and also would force the computer, the game, to hash that every time, which is inefficient. And also, it doesn't have to be done like this. Maybe you have observed these ships have screws, and these are not decorative, they are a real thing. I could use a screwdriver here, and I will, to show you that, to select a different device. Maybe I need to use this one? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we need to require a screwdriver, of course. Then I can select, for example, the deep miner arc furnace. I have named it like this. So you see on the left side here what it is, and here you see what it will be. On the left you see DM arc, on the right side you see DM send 1. So I click once, now it is set to DM send 1. Now it's set to DM send 2. Now it's set to the silo thing out there which has the tons of iron in there. And then we have this station battery. I didn't know there was a station battery connected to that. Huh. Anyway, so that's what it is. And then instead of, and I can also rewind this basically to no device. Forwards you don't find that, but backwards you find that red entry, no device, now it's reset, haha. It doesn't matter really what I said here because I'm not using these screws. I'm using the named approach, but I can also use these screws. And then you would not need this up here to remember the name. Then I could have just said, the equivalent of this line, again, I don't want to go into this now, but I just want to show you some perspective. Then I would have just said this. If you set that to a screw, you can just say load into this register value from this screw, from this slot, it needs to be load slot, whether it is occupied. And how do I know this? Because it tells you here, and also it tells you here, and also it tells you here, where all the commands are documented. So there's a lot of concepts that you would need to learn to get into this, but also is all very logical, and once some abstract concepts, that's the thing, abstract, some highly abstract things click in your head, the concrete stuff will just fall into place, because now you have the rooms, the puzzle piece places and so forth, the compartments to toss them in. Okay, so much for programming for now. Another airlock. The hard suit actually has a chip slot here and the harm suit too, so you can program the suit too, and that can be used then, for example, to detect is the atmosphere hazardous in which I find myself, and then it can automatically close the helmet or automatically open it and automatically turn these things on and off to save some battery and such. Yep, that's the thing. So here's the battery room. Lots of batteries, an onslaught of batteries, assault and battery. why am I using different cables here? I could bridge them, right? I mean, data and power can be connected, because here I'm dealing in a bit more sophisticated way, on a bit more sophisticated level with the power networks. Lots of power is coming in from the wind turbines, for example, and from the solar panel. Both of these are going into this cable, which also goes into this cable and also goes here. So this entire bank of batteries is fed from here and from there. And the front goes into this power cable, which is on the ground here and everywhere here, and goes here to this transformer. And this is the only cable network that is so far drinking from this fountain. And this will be later, of course, more transformers. Yep. Have I given this one a name? No, not yet. Here I can see how much power is currently being consumed. This is a cable network analyzer, which you can just place on a cable. And this is the power that's coming in. Currently 1,800 watts. It's a bit little, actually. Why is it so little? I mean, the solar panels should take in a lot more power. They should take in basically... Oh, wait, right. The power that's coming in is actually 9,700 watts. Why is the actual power that's coming in so low then? Because the required power is so low. And why is that? Because these batteries, they are not completely full. They're currently being discharged because I'm using them. And so that's the power then that can be consumed by this big cable power network from this incoming power. And that's therefore the actual power that we see flowing. We only see the actual power flowing that is being used. And the batteries currently don't need much, but I'm getting 10,000 watts right now. This is once again its own cable network, and during a storm it will produce, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 12, 240,000 watts, which this cable cannot survive. I know, the Station Peter is talking about 10,000 watts, it is not true. Like I said, wind turbine, like I said, the texts up here have been written by a human, but if the developers change something in the simulation logic, then this text will not be updated. Stupidly, in my opinion, because they could certainly use dynamic values here, but okay, that's what it is then. I mean, they also need to think about translations, and what if the translators then do something wrong, not using the correct abstraction value here, then it needs to be tested instead of just proofread, you know. Maybe that's why they did that. Anyway, the actual output is 20,000 watts during a storm. So that would kill the cables, since the batteries are taking in infinitely much power. Therefore, I have used this transformer. Now, since there's still a bug here in the cable network, you can duplicate your power. If I would place another transformer here, the biggest one is 50,000 watts. If I would place another one here, then I could basically pipe over 100,000 watts, which is the maximum that this cable can take, right? And that would be fine, that would be good, that would be logical. Except I need to set these to a slightly lower value, because 50,000 watts is not the power that this guy currently sucks from this cable. It sucks 50,010 watts, because this thing consumes 10 watts. So what's coming out is 50,000 at the most, but what's going in is maximum 50,010, which is fine for this cable. But once I would have two here, we would have 100,020 watts, and that is too much, and so one of these cables would break. I wanted to put a fuse here actually in case something happens like this. But the actual problem is there's a bug with the power network system. If I place another transformer here, and that's the reason I didn't, because I don't want to cheat, what would be coming out now would not be the 2,300 watts, but 4,600. It would double the power that comes out, because there's a logic error in their programming. They want to do a power network, power logic overhaul, but that, like I said, is something that they would do in a concentrated way when it is really time to do that, because they need to focus. There's only a handful of people at the most working on this team here, and so they need to really make sure that they use that time wisely. But they're really, really active. I mean, every day, on average, in a week, we get an update. Every day. Sometimes multiple updates, but no updates on the weekend. Except during the terrain update phase, on several Sundays, the CEO, Dean Hall, who does not force his people to work on a weekend, and he can't because the employee laws in New Zealand are very, very, very strict, which is why he also has to protect them from harmful words, basically. I find that a bit ridiculous, but okay. I'm not talking about what he's doing there. I'm talking about this whole thing with, oh, you said the thing, now I'm pissed off, and all that. Come on, motherfucker. Grow a pair, let us speak, because free speech is the most important thing. Because we, as a people, are a brain, every person being a neuron. For the brain to think properly, it needs to think all kinds of thoughts and balance these out with each other, process information accordingly, and then the output, the decision, that is what needs to be proper. And it cannot be proper in a nation where speech is not free, because the people cannot communicate properly. Anyway, which is a problem in Great Britain, for example, and in Germany right now. In the United States, thankfully not. Anyway, so he needs to protect his people, so he's very strict about what you can say in the forums. On Discord and in the forums, you cannot say something like, oh, the guy who developed this is an idiot, because look at that. What you can say, okay, the way they implemented this completely sucks, because that's fine, because it's the truth, and it's not attacking them. It's not over the line. See, that's the... Anyway. Okay, that's this power duplication bug that I don't want to use. Well, I guess I have shown you this station now sufficiently. Here's my storm warner. If the storm is approaching, then this thing here will turn yellow, and this thing here will rotate quickly. And this loudspeaker, because I programmed it so, will say storm, incoming, storm, incoming. And so forth and so forth, until I'm pissed off, and then I flip the lever here, and then it will shut up. But once the storm is actually here, or once the storm is gone, so we have three potential phases: no storm, storm incoming, and actual storm. Once we're no longer in the storm incoming phase, I will, by programming, flip the lever back, so I don't forget to flip it back manually. Because interestingly, all the physical switches here, they are just one-to-one, they are equivalent to the logic value. So if they change the logic value, this will flip physically. It's a bit weird, but I mean, it's very welcome, isn't it? Alright, as you can see, I have enough power to afford this, and maybe you have noticed that the night hasn't yet come. That's because I stopped the orbital period entirely for this little demonstration here. But let me do another little demonstration, and let the simulation run at a high speed. Window height 10, orbital speed 1, which is 3 times the normal speed, so you don't see much. You see the moon moving over there at Jupiter. So let's say 3, which is 10 times normal speed, or let's say 30. Oh, that was wrong. 30. And then soon it's night. Yeah, maybe you have noticed that I haven't been using my helmet light in the station, because everything is already nicely lit, and so this whole tunnel vision experience that we've been having while I've been doing explaining the whole time, and you think, oh my god, this is how you experience the game. No, this is how you experience the game. Proper lighting, baby. Automatic lighting, baby. Automatic doors, baby. Automatic lighting, baby. And automatic shredding, baby. Because if I have something that I no longer need, that will be tossed into my shredder, which automatically turns off, because else after some time it would toss out what it has, even though it's not yet full. But by me turning it off, it will wait, and once it's actually full, it has no choice but to spit out what it has, and that will then land here in this furnace, in this centrifuge, and that will then I wonder if there's a lot. Actually, let me just... Okay, sorry, I will just do some debugging here. I want to see if my station has a problem here. I will flip this on again and again and again. will to be turned off again and again by the logic, I know. Aha. Aha, I have a programming error in my centrifuge logic. I need to fix that. Screenshot. Because, I mean, normally this thing should actually already have been closed again. And then it would centrifuge that stuff immediately. And then I would get that stuff back out here. Some ions, some invar, some ingots would just be tossed out. Elegant, right? Here I have my garbage, and it's all automated. And that is how you have to... I mean, this is basically the most sophisticated part of the station. This part, where we have all the lockers, which, by the way, should be closed, because every item will be 3D rendered, but when they're closed, they will not. You can verify that yourself by sticking your head through the wall of the locker. And that is what it would look like then. Too bad they're not... oh, look here, there's the logic controlling the room. The room is on its own power network and is consuming 600 watts. That looks neat, huh? That is Stationeers. This is Stationeers. Everything else is the way towards this, which is also Stationeers. But this is what you want. You want the alien isolation-like rippled walls. I mean, we have those too. I just didn't choose them here, you know? The padded walls, and so forth, and so forth. One thing that I'm currently building is the garage here, which is actually an airlock, which is currently cycling. And maybe I should close this because I'm not yet done with this. Now it's currently emptying the airlock from planetary atmosphere, and then we will see that we have just a nice room atmosphere, because this entire room is an airlock. Here we have a pump, there we have a pump, and there we have a pump, and a bunch of gas sensors, but I need to place more, because these can only sense the box that they are in, and I realize that sometimes I have some trace gases, so I need to place them indeed in every box. And then I will put the Rover here. I mean, you probably do want to see the Rover also, so I will show you that. Yeah, like I said, I'm not yet done. Here's the Rover. Too bad I don't have a light here, huh? Okay, let's make this then. I will place the Rover. This is what it would look like if it were completely constructed. It isn't though, because I need to first complete construction. What does it need then? Well, we don't need to bother with this, because I can just say, since I'm currently in creative mode, it's not the mode in which I played this. This is the hard survival mode, but for this short video recording I changed it by just entering difficulty down here. Then we see the current one, and then I can enter creative, easy, normal, or stationeer. Mind the upper lowercase. Also, you should not switch to creative and save and later switch to another one, because I have observed with certainty that there is some bug there which I cannot yet narrow down, but it might be that the true simulation of gas breathing for you might not actually fully kick in. It might be that you're immortal now when it comes to gases. Anyway, I am in creative mode now, so I can just show you the creative mode while we're at it. Why not? So, the creative mode. Actual station building began at 50 minutes. Actual creative mode begins at 4 hours 16 seconds. So there is a creative menu here, which allows you to select from the things that Stationeers has. Come on. And you get that with the hotkey. And the hotkey you can find here in the settings. Creative, there it is. Show dynamic pane. That is the key that I've chosen. You have a different one, I guess. I mean, I have a German keyboard, so but the keyboard doesn't even look like this. I don't have that. Okay, it doesn't matter. Then we can choose the previous and next. I have never used this. And then this one is very important to spawn the item. So you can, for example, select the microchip by invoking the menu and then selecting the chip, and then keep hitting this with both hands and then let it rain chips. And I don't know what the instant stop is good for, no idea. So you need two keys, only this one and that one. And which those are, you can define yourself. So I will now hit the one key to open the creative menu, and I will enter authoring tool. Now I can do two things. I can either click here to spawn that immediately, or I can click here to select that as the next thing to be created. Now I click the spawn button, the spawn key on my keyboard. So that would obviously have been more efficient if I would have done that differently. Now with the authoring tool, I can say, let's say, I want a padded wall. The kit padded wall. Like I was talking about it, so why not show that also? Here we have this wall, for example, or this wall, which has a hole in the middle, and there is indeed, I can show you that too. Here we have the light. That's the light that you can also print with a basic autolathe when you start playing on the moon or on the Mars. This is a simple wall light, just as bright as this light, and they consume the same amount of watts, which is 50, 50, 50, 50, and this one is the one you already saw with the battery, which is a little bit darker, and that's why it shows it for that room to have some different mood there, for the logic programming room. And then we have the diode slide, which is only lit, but doesn't excrete light itself, and it is a progress bar from 0 to 1, from 0 to 100, basically, from 0 to 100%. And I can use that for all kinds of purposes. For example, to show how full is my battery. I mean, I can show that with a console, which you know also has some LED built variants, so I can show a number in there, kilowatts or whatever. But this shows me that graphically as a progress bar. So that's part of the kit light. And then we have the wall. This is my favorite one, which doesn't have more light, also costs 50 watts, but the entire thing will be white. Even when it's overall dark, as long as that thing is on, it will be white. And so visually it will give the impression as overall the station is brighter, because there's more whiteness there, more light, you know. So, and then we have the angled one, which is useful for one of the padded wall variants that I will show you in a few seconds. There's the wall light long, which is for the middle of the one that I just showed you. And then there's the LED, which also excretes less light, just like the wall light battery, and also consumes less watts. I don't know if the wall light battery consumes 25 watts like this one does. And this one you can actually set the color. Oh, you can actually have colored lighting in Stationeers? Oh, you can have that anyway. You can just use a spray can and spray this one red. You will have red light. Yes. But this one, you can program it, which color to show right now, and cast into the room, so you can make a little disco or whatever. Yep, that's in there. So let's go back to the... actually, let me place this light here, so why not show that? There. And then we build the padded wall. This would be a padded window. Then we have the same thing in a more thick variant. Then we have this thing no border. You can see that the light would actually stick out. Then we have the padded one with no border. I think the light would just not be visible. And then we have the one which is arched, which has one vent on the upside or on the downside if you so wish. Yeah, like this now is on the downside. And then we have the one with a fitting at the top, so I would have to use the angled light at the top, or on both sides, or on the middle. And now I can also use the authoring wand to just click here to complete it. So I can also complete the Rover. And I keep clicking, and we'll just cycle. See, the dismantling phase is longer, so you can easily stop. Oh, I cannot... Okay, this one not. Yeah, that's the Rover. Should I drive this one a bit? Should I show you a nuclear battery? Which you don't need for this one, you can just use a different one. Small ones not recommended, they would be empty too easily, too quickly. Then I can also have a crate here and use the wrench on it. Shazam, it will be there. Or maybe a crate here, or some tanks, you know, the portable tanks that we get on our lander. And wrench them up here, and I could transport all that stuff. Yeah, maybe we want to take a little excursion, huh? Hop in, and left mouse button, and then start the machine. And the lights also, which is very strong.
Power critical.
And now for whatever reason I cannot drive. Let me get out and check what's going on there. I don't know actually. I have driven this guy successfully many times. So maybe it is just the floor that needs some help. So we can go with the construction wand here, which we don't need, by the way. I can just press F9. Now I've spawned a battery, and if I would have selected from the menu the wall and then press F9, then I can just spawn it like this and build normally. But of course it's much faster to just place it like this if you want to be creative. And so I will do that. I will select, I can delete, and I can copy. That's some combination keys. I don't know what those are. For me they are R and F, but I mean, you can figure that out. There are not so many key combinations in this game. Maybe it works now, who knows? Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, and it will fall into holes if you leave them by mining, so that's why I had mined... come on. Oh, it's still running high? That'll be interesting when I get it to get on the floor again. If I can do that. Because the crowbar can be used for that. Ah, the crowbar. Yeah, you basically need roads for these guys. Or maybe we should build a ramp, huh? We can do that too. I mean, that's why you have to take care of what kind of terrain you're getting yourself into. Yeah, you can see this is the fast mining drill. That should work fine. Oh. You will soon see that it looks like it's dawn, but it won't be dawn, because on Europa the sun will spend quite a lot of time, since Europa is indeed tidally locked with Jupiter, that will indeed spend quite some time just staying behind Jupiter, which we have right now. I will stop the sun now. So Jupiter is currently not visible. I don't know, it's somewhere over there where there are no stars. Whoa, not in the hole, not in the hole, is what she said. Okay, now you have witnessed the rover and...
Temperature critical.
Yeah, well, I don't have a battery right now, and so... But I can't die in creative difficulty, which is why you should try to not play it, except if you want the real experience. Okay. Enough of this, let's return to our actual learning. Here we go again, back on Mars. Get your ass to Mars. Right, so I wanted to go mining with the proper equipment, but hey, we first need to complete this build, sure. It's not like I have a plan here that I'm following. Building these is a bit tedious, but it's also very easy to do once you have the routine. Oh wait, I could have kept this. And as always, the tooltip would have told you what to do. You have noticed maybe that these were my last metal sheets, iron sheets. Is it still burning stuff? It's not. So I will now take this ingot and make sure that we get an iron ingot so we can print some iron sheets, because I just used the last iron sheets. Yep. And then you can see that thing in action. And then I think I will shut this down for today, because it's late already and the video is relatively long, I think. You agree? Iron burns in the furnace very quickly. Yep. Copper and gold burn very slowly. Interestingly, the temperature for gold and copper is relatively low, while the temperature for iron is relatively high. So in other words, if you toss stuff into the arc furnace that has low temperature... wait, what am I saying? Iron is relatively low temperature. No. Wait, okay, the iron is smelted fast in the arc furnace, but it needs high temperature. There it is. And this uses 10 watts. But it uses a relatively high temperature. Oh. When it comes to the real furnace, because there are 3 furnaces in this game. 3. The arc furnace you have already seen in action. Then the furnace we have, and actually we need to print that very soon. And then there's the advanced furnace, which is really the best one and actually the easiest to use, because you can just fill it with heat or empty it out just because they're built-in pumps. Makes it super easy, and you can still use a slot to toss in gas like you did with the classic one, so not a problem. But that one cannot so easily be made. So the real furnace, I don't know, there is no better name for it. What's the name for it? It's there's the arc furnace and there's the furnace. That's its name. If I just say furnace, you might think in context that's this one. Huh. Okay, now let's turn on the printer, and then we can select. Oh, we can do this, by the way. Then it will toss out the things that the ingots. As you can see, it really does that. That is useful because you will often need resources and might not have them available, and they're currently in another printer or whatever. And here I can select what is supposed to print. Here I can start the printing process. And here you can turn it off. If it's currently printing, then you can turn it open all you want. It will not spit anything out. And I believe it would even keep printing if the next and the next thing, because the thing is just endless. Let me show you. I will just enter sheets, sheets, iron sheets. Let's print iron sheets. These are the ones that I had used to weld the floor, to complete the windows, and indeed to complete this printer. So we will need a few of these. I don't know how many, probably more than I'm currently printing, but it's a matter of time frame. Let's just print enough so that this is down to 40 grams. By the way, if I now get out the ingots, they will have the appropriate size, right? Currently 40 grams. But some things you print will use only half a gram. Only half. It's not like 2.5 or something. That 2.05. That will not happen. But 0.5. And so you would do well printing another thing so that you have even numbers again, because else you're wasting half a gram. Because what's going to come out there is not going to be 40.1 and definitely not 41, but it's going to be 40. So let's print the furnace so we can start making... Oh, I need copper for that. I don't have copper. Or do I? No, I did not take copper with me. Then we cannot print this guy yet. Yeah, copper is needed plenty, so... what should I melt now? Let's say this, because plastic will also very quickly be needed, but be aware, I'm using power right now from this guy, not from this guy. So what I could do is, for example, at some point swap the two of them, and ideally swap the two of them. This doesn't disturb the furnace as long as there was no interruption, actually, so that they're equal, and then I can kick in this guy again so that 2000 of its 20,000 watts will be used here and there. Yeah, I wanted to go mining for real. So what would that look like? Because it's definitely a skill that you need. Let's just toss out everything that I currently don't need. And the gold ingot, I will just drop that here. And then let's look at the mining supplies, which are in the survival supplies somewhere. There it is, mining supplies. Let's unwrap all of them and see what we get. Right mouse button. in between pausing a few seconds ago, I already reported all the bugs, and I was not able to reproduce that thing where I was not able to drink, so I don't know what was going on there. Mining charge! Look at that! Now it's charged. Now it will explode soon. Oh, that's dangerous, right? So let's pick it up. You heard the switchy sound, which turns it off. They are very, very safe to operate. I wouldn't explode it in your station, though. And here we have something nice, which I never used. A flare gun. You can spray paint these, they will have the appropriate color. And also, I'm pretty sure I have some red ones somewhere. Nice light, huh? Yeah, and they're for mining, so I can just mine that. Let's use this thing for fun. But that's not all. The main problem I have now when I go mining is I don't have enough space to carry stuff inside. And here we have another mining belt. Yeah, so let's use that then. And what we also need is power. And we have only 56 left here. I mean, printing larger batteries, which needs steel, that's really something you want to do. And this is something you don't want to do because it will quickly, I mean, I just threw that through the window because I could. Because that will quickly make you lose respect versus the simulation. Oh, it's getting morning. So I will leave this thing here. And I need some power. So let's charge this battery up. And the other one also. And mine. 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hunger, caution.
Do not disturb the chute, it will fall. Yeah, well, and these guys, they don't excrete any pollutant or whatever, only heat. For example, on Europa, let's say this is your little room that you made, a little box, with all this shit on the wall, where you carried your oxygen tank in, where you placed that, you put that in there. Let's replenish that. Oh, right. While you're holding the drill in your hand, in your active hand, the interactions with the game don't work properly. That's sadly a bug that is long-standing. Yeah, we can see here. Can I make canisters with this guy? I mean, sometimes you're surprised. No, I cannot make a canister. So that's sad. I will lose all of this nice gas here. Which is... what kind of gas is that? It is lots of CO2 and lots of O2, and all of that will be blown in the wind. Once I... yeah, wasting caution once that is empty. So you can toss 3 of these to the ground in this little box here at minus 140 degrees Celsius, and then it will heat up the room to about 30 degrees, and so that will then nicely balance out with the air that has already gotten a little bit colder, and so you will ultimately end up with about 15 to 13 degrees Celsius air. So that's a recommendation I have for Europa. Anyway, let's go mining. What do we need? Oxide. I want to... well, and copper. Don't forget to turn on your flashlight, off your flashlight, because it eats so much power. Nickel. Soon to be used, but not in this episode, if this will actually be multi-episode. I don't know yet what to do with this. It was a spontaneous thing to do once again, one of these playthrough explaining things. One of the reasons that I made this also, apart from I just felt like it, was that I want to do a proper, highly polished, short episode introduction, kind of like the turbo introduction that I was talking about like 10 times already, the 35-minute thing that is linked in the description, check it out, man. That it gets you much further than this 4 or 5 hour thing that I'm doing right now, but explains much less, of course, and it uses cutting, yeah, so it's very fast. That's why it's called turbo. And I want to do a proper series of that, and so it's not bad if I'm confronted again with that situation of explaining, yeah, which I am right now. Yeah, it would be nice. Would be a nice finisher to save to show you the station with some oxide, and Shazam, here's the oxide. So what I could do, once this mining belt is full, I could just swap this mining belt against the other. And there's nothing really that speaks against that. Once I have a couple of mining backpacks on me though, what I do is I do not use them as my actual backpack, which would then have that same useful effect, but instead I keep them in my jetpack inventory because I need to be able to fly out of holes and so forth. Really? Again, just one thing at the surface? The second time that this happens. What happens to the ore on Mars? What's happening here, man? Okay, I need to find another stack then. Oh, but there's more on the horizon already. See, oh, here. More oxide. And that there is nitrize. Which I don't want. Yeah, what I do in those situations, you can see now that it's actually melting. The CO2, the oxygen amount is 76% here, because the ice is melting. And that's what's going to happen in your station too. Now it's decreasing, and now the ice is gone. So that was wasted. Mining during the night, or mining when you actually have space to take some stuff in, that's more advisable. I want to fill up my inventory with stacks of 50. Now I did that, now I swap. And then we can mine this. Yes, you can actually point this at something that is already mined. It will pick that up then. And I believe in that moment it doesn't even have to be turned on. Yeah, we probably have enough of that already. Oxide, but no, okay. 2 stacks is a bit... it's cutting it close. Let's fetch some more. Apparently there's little to be found here, and that's nice. Why? Because it means the developers are telling you something. They're telling you if you want oxygen, pump it. You might say, well, we cannot pump this from the atmosphere because it's so little. We would need a filtration device, which is in the game. You have seen that when I was refilling my oxygen with the automatic station. No, we don't need that. Let me show you something. Let's look once again at this phase change diagram, but this time of carbon dioxide. Yeah, liquid doesn't matter. It's the same. We can see here that if we have a temperature of minus 11 degrees or down to minus 50, and incidentally, Mars will get down to minus 45 or so at night. If we do that, then at this pressure, we will get liquid. So if we have a passive liquid drain of the kit drain, from which we need the atmospheric printer, which we don't have yet, one of the first things to print indeed, maybe I should first look at the printer fabricators. What you definitely need: Autorotate, you have that in your lander. Electronics printer, which makes you, for example, the advanced Airlock board. Hydraulic pipe bender, that is the ATMOS printer, that makes it the second active vent that you need in combination with the advanced Airlock thing. And then eventually you will print the tool manufacturer. The other ones are not so important, but these 4 you want, or these 4 you want. Autorotate, bender, electronics printer, and eventually tool manufacturing. Rocket manufacturer if you want to make rockets, which I haven't done yet. Security printer if you want to make mining charges, which I haven't used now like an idiot, damn it. Advanced packaging machine to make cans, for example, with food that will never spoil. Automatic oven for baking stuff, for making French fries, for example. So for Autorotate you have from the start, electronics printer you want to make, hydraulics printer you want to make, and the tool manufacturing. Yeah, the thing I wanted to show is if you have this, we could just pump atmosphere from Mars into a pipe outside, for example, at night, or it doesn't matter. I mean, pump it into a pipe at night, wherever the pipe is, doesn't matter. And then you use a passive liquid drain, part of the kit drain, printed with the atmospheric printer, the hydraulic pipe bender, wherever it has this name, Maybe someone wanted to be funny. When you do that, then under pressure it will become liquid. The passive liquid drain will protect the pipes from being destroyed by the liquid inside, except if the liquid that is being added, that's too fast, because the passive liquid drain has some kind of throughput. So you might have to slap a second or a third one onto this. But in principle, if you have the passive liquid drain, the CO2 will liquefy and then it will seep out. So in other words, in that moment, and remember the phase change diagram of pollutant, same thing, minus 100 up to plus 150. Between that, it will have this nice line up there, and so if the pressure is high enough, like 4 megapascals or whatever, then that would also liquefy. So if you have this pipe solution that I'm talking about here, you would ultimately end up in the pipe with an atmosphere that is like 40% O2 and 60% nitrogen. And that's some way to pump gas into your station. So it's not really a surprise that the developers opted to give us, if at all, just very small stacks of oxide. On the moon we have a lot more of that stuff. Or maybe we have a lot more here too. I haven't yet seen much of Mars in recent weeks. But it does appear as if this if there's only very little ore in this place. And that's interesting. Let's take a little bit more. This thing with the pipe I might actually show you later in maybe episode 2, if this will be an episode thing. And then I would just have to remove the atmosphere that I will now conjure into the station, so that we can meaningfully see how useful that is to just pump the atmosphere directly from Mars. And by the way, since your plants will need CO2, you definitely also want some CO2. So what do you do then? Well, the atmosphere has CO2, but if I pump that, it will get lost. No, it won't get lost. It will only get lost if the pressure is high in your pipe and if the temperature is low. So you can have both vectors to control whether that will happen. So you could, for example, just open the valve on the inside in your station of that pipe system that you would build there, so that the atmosphere can go through directly, so the pressure would be low. Or you just do that during the day, which is advisable anyway. Why would you want very cold atmosphere in your station? Cooling, like I said, is a thing that you have to consider at some point. There are multiple approaches, and one of them is to, and I didn't mention that an hour ago when I was in that other station demonstrating stuff, what you can do is you can just pump cold atmosphere directly from the planet. And here you can do that, because at night it is cold. What if you need cooling during the day? Well, how about you pump some night atmosphere into some storage, and then you use that and so forth. See how much engineering fun you can have here. I mean, you have seen quite a lot of the things that you can do in the game in this video, and particularly in the previous station that I showed you around in. But I mean, you can also make a trading platform so that traders land there, with which you can then trade all kinds of stuff. Sometimes, I mean, I had a lander once who wanted ore, and so while the trader was there, I just went out, mined a little bit, and then sold that to him, and that actually got me a lot of cash, which can then be used to buy from traders. And what can you buy? Gases, for example, equipment, yeah, stuff like that. And also possibly some unobtainable items. I don't know though, because I haven't done much trading. There's, for example, a survival RTG. That is a radioisotopic generator which constantly produces 600 watts. And how long will it do that? Forever. And what do you have to do for that? Nothing. It will just produce that. Period. There's also a 4 kilowatts variant, which is called RTG Creative, and both of these you can create, of course, in your RTG, in your creative builds. Oh, copper, that's nice. But I don't know if the survival RTG, the 600 watt one, can actually be obtained in the game. The only way I can think of would be to do that by trading. And I don't know if there's a trader that is sophisticated enough to give you that. Hey, where's the station? I completely forgot about that. But I think it's right here up the mountain. Else what you can do then is just stand in the dark. Oh, I mined here, so I'm close to the station, I guess. Stand here in the... Oh, there's some lights there. That's... I don't know what that is, but that's where we have to go. What you can do is turn off your lights and just wait out the night. Except if you have a slow day-night cycle, see, it would make more sense for a proper survival game to have it like that. Oh, that doesn't work. That doesn't work either. That works. Well, and now can melt my copper, for example. Let's melt some copper. And also close the station. Turning on the power, close the station. And now we can toss down in this gas here. I could first evacuate that if I want, but the atmosphere is friendly. It's a friendly atmosphere. Could toss down some of that stuff. And now it doesn't melt. Why doesn't it melt? Because it's too cold. It's too cold. But now it does. Need more. Ah, I thought I would have caused enough trigger gas to heat this up now. Okay. Well, I didn't do this right. I should have closed the station during the day. Then I would already have some nice atmosphere in here, temperature-wise. And, you know... but now we have an atmosphere in here of 60% oxygen. It's a bit cold, but other than that... Yeah, it's still too cold really to open the helmet, but I will do this.
Low pressure. Temperature low. Oxygen critical.
Still that low? How many are still remaining? Damn. 20. Yeah, well, I need to toss down 2 or 3 of these stacks. It would be good if they would be melting by themselves instead of the ridiculous crap I just did. On the moon, for example, or rather, if I would have evacuated this room and then tossed this down, it would also not have melted. But then I could have triggered it with the welder, like I just did, by aiming at this thing and so forth, and then it would have excreted some 0 degrees Celsius gas, and the gas around here, well, there was no gas around here. The only gas in here would be 0 degrees or a little bit above that. And that would have been enough then to trigger this for an endless stream of gas, because it would have been warm enough, the overall situation. It's a bit ridiculous, I know. But in other words, if I would have evacuated this room first, then I could just have melted all of it with very quickly. Since I have enough oxide, I can actually demonstrate that. Well, it's not piped up correctly. I would have to have another... Yeah, okay, I can't do this now. Anyway, you have now seen how to get atmosphere in here, how to print some stuff, which printers you need, what stuff you can print. For example, I mean, there's more out there that you have to take care of your cable networks, power flowing through the cables, how to make an airlock, how to build a station in the first place, why to build a station, survival, how cool this thing is, that you need to try out the mining charges because they're really fun, and so forth and so on. We have seen tons of things and with a lot of detailed explanations, and that's all I'm giving you in this video, because yeah, it's really time for me to shut this down for now. Save. Maybe see you again next time.